Shrimping on the job, are we? Nature didn't care either.
Hi everybody! Welcome in! Happy Monday. I hope you all had a good weekend. Congratulations Rixie on Cooler first.
Hi.
Congratulations Dark Wolf on first. I need to unshrimp. I need to get a drink. Thank you Rixie. Hi Mika. Hi Dark Wolf. Hello, hello, hello! Hello everybody! I hope you're all having a good day so far. My computer just froze because my controller disconnected. That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. My day has been it's been a day, frankly. It is already Monday. It's ridiculous. I was getting stuff set up for my stream a couple of hours early and making myself some food. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Sajo. Welcome in. I like that ball. That's a good emote. That's a good ball. But I was getting some stuff set up for stream and making myself some food earlier, and then my power went out, like, completely. I lost power. I don't know how widespread it was, but it was definitely not just me. It also knocked out my phone network, so I couldn't contact anyone. I was completely, like, shut off from everything. The power's a bit tasty. Oh, I see. Fortunately, it only lasted for about half an hour, maybe a little bit longer. And then I could get stuff set up again. But that was stressful, and it's not impossible it'll go out again. If it does, my stream will shut off, and I will do my best to communicate what happened. Yeah. I do hope everyone has had a good weekend. I ended up spending a lot longer streaming Saturday than I intended, but I was having a lot of fun, so it's fine. And then Sunday was a lot of Dungeons and Dragons for me. I also did not sleep as much as I probably should have, but you know, that's me, it's how I do. I should sleep more, I need to sleep more. I was gonna go back to bed when the power went out, because I was like, well, there's nothing I can do, right? I was frustrated, and I was just like, there's nothing I can do. I can't even make myself food. I'm probably not going to be able to stream. When power goes out here, it usually lasts for several hours. Sometimes it comes back on quickly, sometimes it lasts several hours. Sometimes it lasts days, but, you know. So I was just trying to accept the fact that I was probably not going to stream today. So I started to go back to bed, and I was like... I was starting to drift off to sleep, and then my power came back on, so I was like, okay, I guess we're streaming. It's how it is. It's how it is. Thank you for the melon. It always freezes my thing whenever someone pets me. Thank you for the pets! Pet, yay! I love pets, thank you. Melon for power restoration, yeah. Why? Okay, that is turned on all the way. Cool. I have a desk light. Thank you for the glasses. Head pads for healing? Heck yeah, I do have a slight headache, so... that makes sense. Glasses because they're cute. Fair! I think they're cute. I like them. So I've been thinking a little bit about what I want to do for my 2-year streamer anniversary, which is later this month. But think a little bit about what I want to do for it. I've had a few ideas. But I think I kind of want to keep it relatively simple, partly because... oh no! No! Why? Why am I judged? No! Why have you done this? What? Why is the punishment? What sins has this punishment wrought? No! Hi Petra, welcome in. But it's my streamer anniversary later this month, which I had completely forgotten about because I thought it was in September for some reason. I was hoping to be able to hit 1K followers before then, but I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll see. I'm pretty close, but I've been pretty close for a while now. But, I'm thinking about what I want to do for it, and I want to keep it pretty simple, I think. And I might just go back to, like, an old favorite of mine. And I might pick up an Ocarina of Time randomizer and just do one of those. There's been some fun stuff happening in the PC port space, and I want to show off some of it because it's really cool. And they got some new settings in the randomizer since I last did one, and they look really fun. I've been testing some of them out, and some of them are not as fun as I hoped, but some of them are really fun, so I'm looking forward to that. So I might just do that, and I might throw in some crowd control too, because they added crowd control support. Which I think could be a lot of fun. RT Randomizer sounds fun. It does. It was my very first stream as a VTuber. It was a no logic randomizer of Ocarina of Time. My very first stream series was that. And I had a lot of fun with it. I'm surprised I managed to win my first no logic run. I probably won't be a no logic if we do it, because no logic is a lot. But I can enable some fun tricks that so that'll include some like skips and things in the logic, which is always fun. But I think that could be a lot of fun. Crowd control, yeah. We've done a bit of crowd control before. We last year on my birthday we did a big sort of Hollow Knight randomizer crowd control. Did you do any randomizer fitting for the Dusk one to come out? It already works on Dusk right now, on Dusklight right now. You just have to use the randomizer on the iCell before you import it into Dusklight. If you randomize the iCell and then import it into Dusklight, it just works. Apparently. So apparently it already works, so you can already do that. Randomizers are a lot of fun though. I have a really good time with them. They're always just really, really fun. I could try a Twilight Princess one at some point. I don't want to do Twilight Princess again after just finishing it. Are there any Donald Duck related mods for ROT? Probably. There probably are. It would not surprise me. I know there's a whole, like, revamp of Ocarina of Time themed around Wario, which is hilarious. I'm gonna try that later? Heck yeah. And honestly, Zelda games are a really good candidate for randomizers. Basically any game that's got a Metroidvania type structure works really well as a randomizer. To a greater or lesser degree. So, like, Zelda games are, like, perfect for it, right? But any kind of thing where you get additional movement options and additional exploration options as you progress leads to a really good randomizer. Wario Karina. I'm not going to be using that, but crowd control does give you an option to randomize my cosmetics, so it makes everything weird colors. And I will be having that as an option. And you'll also be able to teleport me to places and stuff, so, yeah. Which could even be helpful. Although it would get me off logic. It's fine, don't worry about it. But they've tweaked some of the settings in the Ocarina randomizer and added some new ones. So one of the things that always bothered me about Ship of Harkinian's randomizer logic is there is a setting called Closed Forest. So if you don't know Ocarina of Time particularly well, how to time randomizer could be a fun one, yeah. Oh, I'm free. So if you don't know how Ocarina of Time works, people have put Pokemon in Ocarina, I think. I think that's been done. Oh, so hi Tracy, welcome in. But yeah, so I think, so the way Ocarina works at the start is that you are locked into Kikiri Forest, and you have to find yourself a sword and shield, and then go do the first dungeon, and then you can leave Kikiri Forest. That's the start of the game. However, there is a setting, the setting called Closed Forest means that the NPCs that stop you leaving Kikiri Forest and stop you reaching the first dungeon are in place. Out of stock? I think that might just... I think that might be a mobile thing. I don't know. Try refreshing, Rixie. It shouldn't be out of stock. Maybe it says out of stock because it's on a timer. It is on a timer. You probably... I have it on a timer that's slightly longer than the timer of the actual jar redeem, so it doesn't get weird by accidentally letting someone redeem it while I'm already in the jar. Because that can mess things up. But it should be back soon. No! Why? Why am I small now? I know I'm always small, but you know. But yeah, the closed forest. My transgressions, they've caught up to me. Jar within a 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 jar. It's jars all the way down. That's the secret. It's all jars. But yeah, the closed forest setting in the randomizer means that the NPCs that block you out of areas in Kikiri Forest and out of leaving Kikiri Forest are there, so you have to clear their requirements to go past them. But Kikiri Forest is a really interesting place because it's right next to the Lost Woods. And the Lost Woods has some fun stuff in it. The Lost Woods is a kind of hub area for the entire game, in that there are 2 teleporters that allow you to leave it into various other areas in the game. There is a... But they both require items you get later in the game, so you can't just do it right away, right? So there is a warp in the Lost Woods that leads you to Goron City, but you need either bombs or to have blown up the entrance from the other side. So you need some kind of explosive to get through that, or Din's Fire. Din's Fire works too. And there is also a diving pool that can take you to Zora's River, but you need the silver scale to reach that. Also, you can always teleport out because you have teleport songs, right? So, in theory, if you get the right items, there are several ways to leave Kikiri Forest. It's actually so many that it's not even that difficult to get one in a no logic, because you have so many checks to get there, and so many possible ways that you could leave, that it doesn't really change much. Like, you can always find a way to leave. There's so many different possibilities. The problem with the old closed forest setting is that it would only consider leaving through the front entrance. So you would be, regardless of any other settings, you would be guaranteed to get your slingshot. You would be guaranteed to get access to the first dungeon, and a sword, and a shield. And that's just kind of unfortunate, because there's so many other cool options. But they fixed that, so it no longer forces you to do the first dungeon. And I love that. I think that's so much better. But there's also all sorts of other cool items, like every single freestanding item, like all the random rupees dotted around, every single patch of grass, every single pot. Those are all randomized. You can randomize all of those now. And you can randomize the ability to open chests, the ability to swim, the ability to climb, the ability to talk to NPCs, which I did try and actually isn't all that fun, but you know. And also the ability to play different notes on your ocarina, which is hilarious. So I want to try like a really heavily randomized game with logic. Because no logic is very fun, but the harsher your randomization settings, the more likely you're not going to be able to beat it. So I think that's what we might do. And we'll have some silly crowd control, which will be a lot of fun. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets, Kalista. Welcome in. We're just yapping, because it's coming up to my 2nd streamer anniversary, and I'm just thinking about what I want to do for it, and I'm thinking I might do an Ocarina of Time randomizer. Because that was the first thing I streamed. Jar is available again? Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? No logic is fun till sun arrows are behind a sun arrow check. Yeah. I'm surprised that on my first ever no logic, every item was reachable, and I did some not insignificant settings. Like, I did a setting that most experienced no logic runners don't use because it's nuts. Which is closed door of time. Again, to explain how that works, Ocarina of Time is kind of separated into two halves of the game. You have the young half and the adult half. You have to do certain things to get access to the adult half, and then you can usually freely switch back and forth. But to do that, you have to open the Door of Time, which means you need the Song of Time and an ocarina. The problem is that a lot of the game is on the adult side, so if either of those things is completely on the adult side, you're just kind of stuck. Which is why most runners don't use it, right? Because it locks out like half the checks in the game behind a couple of simple checks. So it's very possible, and quite likely, that one or both of those is going to be on a side you can't reach. However, my first run was with Closed Door of Time, which means I needed those checks to progress. Asterisk. Because my Song of Time was in a shop that's only accessible in the adult timeline. So I had to become an adult to be able to become an adult. There is a glitch to clip past the Door of Time, but there is a problem with it. The glitch to clip past the Door of Time as a child requires a sword. And that's fine, I had a sword, I got a sword, so we could do that. Actually, I think it doesn't require a sword. There is a version that uses the Deku Sticks, but it's really complicated to set up because you have to get your Deku Sticks on B, which is weird. I think that requires, like, Bottle Adventure or something like that, which is a really convoluted set of, like, memory editing glitches. It's ridiculous. But there is quite an easy way to clip past the Door of Time as a child using just a sword. I think you might need a shield as well, but I think you can do it without. The problem is that if you do that and become an adult, you never opened the Door of Time, which means you're locked in that room. Now, you can just save and reset, and that will leave the room, but now you can't get back in, so you can't travel back to the past unless you do a skip past the Door of Time again. But the skip past the Door of Time as an adult is a lot harder. Unless you have specific items, specifically the hover boots, it's incredibly difficult. And I did not have the hover boots. So you have to be very, very careful when you decide to make that clip. Because if you do it too early, you can lock yourself into the adult timeline. And some areas in the child timeline only become available once you become an adult and done some stuff there and got some items and stuff. Namely warp songs and things. But if you mess up and you go too early, then you can just get stuck. Now, I went through that Door of Time when I did not have an ocarina and did not have the Song of Time. But I was running really low on checks, and I needed a win. I could not think of anywhere else I could go. I think I did think later of like 2 more checks I could have got, but I had no more time, and like basically nothing left I could do. So at that point, I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna lock in, I'm gonna go through the Door of Time. And I did. And I found the Song of Time. Didn't find my ocarina, though. Eventually, I ran out of checks as an adult, and I needed to go back. And I did not have the hover boots. I did not have an ocarina. I could not open the Door of Time. And the difficulty of the hoverless adult Door of Time skip was beyond me. I could not do it. I tried. I couldn't do it. It's really difficult. It's very precise. It's like a lot of like very, very perfect inputs. But I did have one other option, which is a glitch called Ocarina Items, which is where let me try to remember how to do this. I think it's like you catch something in a bottle, so you're holding the bottle in your hand. You jump into the air somehow, usually with a backflip or something. Use the item to drop the item out of the bottle, so like bugs works, fish works, something like that. Usually people do it with bugs because they're easy to get hold of. And they're easy to recover if you mess up. So you drop the bugs in the air, and then you very quickly, before hitting the ground, hit something else that Link holds in his hand. So in my case, I backflipped off the pedestal of time with a bottle of bugs in my hands, pulled out my sword, and played the Song of Time on my sword. And that worked. That opened the door. And I eventually managed to win the run. And not only that, but I had access to literally everything in the game. I got access to everything. I had every item, I had every key. That was my first ever no logic. I think the VODs are still up on my YouTube. But it does have, like, older versions of me. It's got my old model and my old layout.
Hey!
Wolfwings! Hello! Hi! How are you doing? Sword is the best instrument. It's true. It's true. But there have been some interesting changes and developments in the Ocarina of Time PC port space recently, and they are really cool, and I want to show some of them off. So I think we'll be doing that. It's going to be Ocarina of Time like I don't think anyone has ever seen it before. At least not unless you're closely following like Ship of Harkinian and like the development over there. If you are not following that, prepare to be surprised with something really fun. Because it's not going to look like how you remember. Just waking up here? Hell yeah. I hope you had some good sleep. Sleep is good. I did not get enough of it. So, today I think is probably gonna be we're probably gonna finish Twilight Princess today. Fundamentally, we just have the last dungeon to do. However, I want to 100% the game, because I'm very close to having done that already. And so I have a little window up here that shows me where all of the Poes are, because I am missing 15 of them, or is it 15? It might be 10. I think it's only 10. I'm missing like 10 Poes. It's not many. I'm missing so few out of 60. I just don't know where they are. We had some look around for them last time. We found a couple, but I think we're very close. We're very close to finishing up all of the Poes in the game. And so I want to just go through and find the last few, and then we'll run into the last dungeon and go do that. I'm feeling a little bit wistful, honestly. I don't want this game to be over. I love Zelda. I want to play more of it. I want to play more of it! I want this game to be longer. Something I constantly feel about Zelda, honestly. It always feels like they just end slightly too early. They just I always want just a little bit more out of them. I think the only games where I didn't really feel like that was Breath of the Wild. But that game's huge. I always feel like, with the more traditional 3D Zeldas, I always feel like I just want a little bit more before I finish. Maybe I didn't particularly feel that way about Majora's Mask, but that's because there's a lot of side content in that, and the side content is really good. But I always feel like I just want a little bit more, you know? Maybe we'll do a run of Wind Waker at some point. Better to end too early than drag out too long. You are completely correct. Because, I'm more likely to think fondly of a game if I wished it went on longer than if I was, really tired of it. You didn't like Breath of the Wild, so you didn't try the one after that? That's fair. I loved Breath of the Wild for its own thing. It doesn't really feel like a Zelda game. It's... Breath of the Wild to me is a sandbox game where most of the rest of the Zelda series is a Metroidvania. And I think that's fine. I think it's okay to experiment with different stuff. I just was very tired of the formula by the time Tears of the Kingdom released. And I tried Tears of the Kingdom. I did one dungeon and decided I was just not having fun. I was just not enjoying it at all. From my perspective, Tears of the Kingdom took all the things I thought worked about Breath of the Wild and threw them away in order to expand on the stuff I think didn't work as well and needed refinement in Breath of the Wild. Like, a lot of people... Now, I'm gonna rant about Tears of the Kingdom a little bit. I apologize. This is just my perspective on it. If you like Tears of the Kingdom, that's totally cool. You're allowed to do that. I think some of the opposite, but that's just you. Yeah, I mean, it's not just you. A lot of people like Tears of the Kingdom, and that's okay. This is just my perspective. So one thing that strikes me about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is that Breath of the Wild had a lot of open space. And a lot of people criticized it for that. I, personally, do not think that is a problem. Quite the opposite. I think the open space actually does a lot for the pacing of the game. And keeping the flow of things having this kind of up and down movement. So you're not constantly being bombarded with stuff. There's downtime, right? While you're traveling from one place to another. And in that downtime, it gives you space to be distracted. It gives you space to see a cool thing and go, oh, what's that over there? That's cool. Tears of the Kingdom? I dropped off the tutorial island and was immediately bombarded with 4 things happening around me immediately. Like, instantly. There was a battle happening right next to me. Hi, Abby, welcome in. There was, like, stuff to find, and it's like... It just felt very overwhelming. Especially as, like, I immediately went into town because it was, like, right there. Right? And then they gave me, like, 4 different quests to do in different places. And it's like, well... What? Keep in mind, Breath of the Wild had you travel to Kakariko Village initially. You had to walk a good distance to get there, spending a bit of time in the world with no real goal or objective. You just like, go here at some point. And you just got to wander a little bit, and it let you kind of experience the world a little bit. And then you got one quest. And that's it. There's no room to breathe. Yeah, exactly. You need room to breathe. And that's why Breath of the Wild worked, and why I think Tears of the Kingdom doesn't. Because it had room to breathe. Arguably, it might have had a little too much room to breathe. Maybe that's true. Didn't like the armor mechanics or the weapon ones. So I don't dislike the idea of weapons breaking. Like weapon durability in Breath of the Wild. I don't dislike it as a mechanic. I think it could have been implemented a bit better. I think Tears of the Kingdom takes that and makes it worse. Tears of the Kingdom just makes that worse in my perspective. Because the point of it in Breath of the Wild is that you generally don't have a lot of weapons that are difficult to obtain in any way, right? Most of the weapons you're using are fairly easy to find again. So it doesn't matter if one breaks, you can just grab another one. Granted, I do think it would have been sensible to have some way to repair weapons. If there was a particular weapon you really liked, or for like the rarer weapons, having a way to go, I will pay you a bunch of money to repair this, please. Or like reinforce it so it doesn't break as easily, or something like that. Or maybe both. Hazel! Part of the combat just didn't feel right. I agree. I think it was cool at the time, but it was mostly the novelty factor. The Master Sword, after bathing in divine light for 1,000 years, should not need to recharge, right? I get why it does, but it kind of feels like that's an indicator that maybe you needed to rethink that idea a little bit. Yeah, there was a way, but it only worked for some weapons. Exactly. I hope you're having a good day, Hazel. There we go. Go follow this adorable cow. Master Sword needs AA batteries. You never played a Zelda game? That's okay. If it's not your thing, you don't have to. Yeah, like, I feel like one of the ways they could have done the Master Sword is, like, if they wanted to make it so that you can't just use the Master Sword for everything, make it a really, really, really strong sword that when it runs out of power becomes a regular sword. Like, yeah, sure, it'll be better than a random broadsword you picked up, but it's not going to be better than, like, some of the better swords in the game when depowered, right? So, like, you could then have it so that, like, it's a really strong sword, but half the time it's kind of an okay sword. So that still encourages you to find better weapons and use them when it's charging, but it just doesn't feel as bad, right? Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of ways you could have done this differently. And instead, Tears of the Kingdom just went, every weapon is broken now. You have to use rocks. And it's just like, come on. Come on. Like, Breath of the Wild was great. I had a great time with it. I think it was a really interesting experiment and did some really cool things. I just wish what they had done is taken the lessons they learned from Breath of the Wild and applied it to Zelda. Because Breath of the Wild doesn't feel like Zelda because it's a different genre. Playing no Zelda games is against Zelda law. You go to Zelda jail. Your cell has a hole you can escape through behind a pushable crate. I love how accurate that is. Because I can think of... Hang on, how many instances are you sent to jail in Zelda? Let's see. There's 2 jails in Wind Waker. There's a jail in Twilight Princess. There's a jail in Echoes of Wisdom. There's the ones I can think of off the top of my head. You love Tears of the Kingdom, it doesn't mean there weren't issues. Was there a jail in Ocarina? I don't think there was a jail in Ocarina. Was there a jail in Breath of the Wild? I guess there was, huh? But you weren't locked in it. You just kind of had to break into it. Oh, you're right! The Desert Town jail! You're right! Yeah, I just could not have fun with Tears of the Kingdom. It was just really overwhelming, and I wasn't enjoying it. I didn't like the Ultra Hand mechanic either. I think it was more jank than any of the stuff in Breath of the Wild, and less interesting, frankly. Like, I like to joke that Tears of the Kingdom is just The Legend of Zelda nuts and bolts, but it kind of is, right? I'm not a big fan of the shift to this idea of everything is solvable with one mechanic. Fundamentally, Breath of the Wild was that by accident. Tears of the Kingdom is that on purpose. And I think that's a terrible design decision. Because Breath of the Wild was like, the idea behind Breath of the Wild was you have a toolkit of a few general use items, and you can use those together in creative ways to solve puzzles in ways that might not have been intended. And that was cool, except people realized that magnesis basically solved every puzzle, right? Magnesis and stasis could solve everything. You didn't need the others. Basically. But the thing is, Tears of the Kingdom just went, well, everyone's just using magnesis and stasis. Why don't we just make one item do everything? And that's what Ultra Hand is. And I think it's just, we are straying further away from the grace of God, effectively. From the grace of Hylia. We are straying further and further away from what made Zelda an international franchise in the first place. Which is the idea of the lock and key structure. So the history of Zelda comes from Aonuma used to make I forgot what they're called, but they're like mechanical dolls, which have these really complicated mechanisms. And that was like what he like studied for a long time. He learned how to make these mechanical dolls that had really complicated gear mechanisms to make them do human-like motions. And he used that idea to design Zelda dungeons. The idea of... It wasn't a puzzle box. They have a name in Japanese, and I can't remember what it is. I know that's bad of me, but There is a name for them, and I just can't remember it off the top of my head. But he basically took this idea, and the structure of a Zelda dungeon has always been, for the most part, you explore a space, you find an item that allows you to recontextualize that space, and it's this, and then you kind of like slowly unravel the structure until you have completed the dungeon. And that is a fascinating structure, and I really like it a lot. There have been a few times when Zelda deviates from that. One of those is the Shadow Temple in Ocarina, because you get the item right at the start. Hope that people at Nintendo don't mess up the OT remake much. Me too. I think there's two things they could do that would be disappointing for the Ocarina remake. If they rework Ocarina to be like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I will be very sad. I will also be sad if they just Unreal Engine 5 a remake of Ocarina, right? They just do a one-to-one remake of Ocarina with better graphics. Karakuri Puppets, that's the one. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. That is the one, yes. Yes. I will be very disappointed if we just get a one-to-one Ocarina remake. Best case scenario in my mind would be a remake that is relatively faithful, but spices up some areas to be a little more immersive. First thing I did was first time you played Ocarina and you didn't use lens in Shadow Temple was not fun. I do that in my randomizers sometimes. Eventually you just kind of learn the routes through, but there is one area in Shadow Temple that is a pain in the butt. Without Lens of Truth. I'll get to back to that in a second. But yeah, I basically want them to just spice up some areas. Like, make the market town a little bit more like the one in Twilight Princess, right? It's a little bit bigger, a little bit more houses, more people moving around. Things like that, I think, would be interesting. I have no expectations for the remake. Honestly, kind of same here. I know what I would like. I know what I wouldn't like. I'm waiting to see more before I actually care about it. I have no expectation. I honestly forgot there was a movie. Once I learned that the people involved are Zionists, I just kind of gave up. I just like, I'm just going to pretend this doesn't exist now. But there is... When it comes to the Shadow Temple, most of the Shadow Temple is probably fine without the lens as long as you, like, are familiar with it, right? But if it's the first time going through it, that would suck. But there is one area in the Shadow Temple that really sucks, because there is an area with an invisible moving platform that moves back and forth, and you cannot see it. There is a way to probe for it, though. You can shoot arrows into it, and that gives you, like, an idea of where the platform is and where it's moving, and you have to kind of judge based on that. And it is doable. Look, if the bomb tube bowling lady does not serve, then they have done it wrong. The bomb tube bowling lady must serve. I souffle Ogmin. If the bomb tube bowling lady does not serve, we have been done a disservice. Controversially, though, I would not actually mind if they redesigned the dungeons a little bit. I would not mind if they redesigned the dungeons a little bit. As long as they redesign them with the same mindset that they had with the original game. Like, they could even add in the light dungeon that was originally going to be added into the game, and then they cut the time. They could do that. They could add more. You can't do Nintendo Online because of the movie. That's very fair. That's very fair. I'm still mad at them for making Rosalina not 7 feet tall in the Mario Galaxy movie. How do you make her, like, only just slightly taller than Peach? I mean, it's kind of like a defining trait that she's 7 feet tall. Which is hilarious, by the way. Do you know why Rosalina is 7 feet tall? Because there is actually a reason for it, and it's not just because they wanted to. And it's very funny. Because Rosalina is 7 feet tall because of Mario Kart. Should have casted you for Rosalina. I would have loved to see that, honestly. That would have been peak. Rosalina is 7 feet tall because of Mario Kart. Originally, she was gonna just be the same height as Peach. But they were working on Mario Kart Wii at the time. At the same time, they were working on Mario Galaxy. Still not watching either Mario movie unless I can find a used copy or an edit that replaces English Mario with a subtitle Mario for the language. Apparently the French Mario is very good. Watch they keep the OT mostly normally ending and just end up being a cutscene going to Majora's Mask. Honestly, if they gave us like Majora's Mask as post-game, that would be kind of peak. That would be kind of based of them. I'm sure they won't, but it would be kind of based on them. But yeah, Rosalina is 7 feet tall specifically because of Mario Kart. Mario Kart Wii and Super Mario Galaxy were in development in parallel. They were in development at the same time. And the Mario Galaxy team designed Rosalina. And she was just going to be like a third of Peach, Daisy, and Rosalina, right? Just like the same person, but with a slightly different haircut and a different dress color, right? Because that's what they always do. They were going to make her just basically the same height and everything. And the Mario Kart team got her design and were like, can we make her like really tall? We need more women who are large in the Mario Kart roster. We have no women who are large in the Mario Kart roster. Can we have another large woman, please? And so they made Rosalina 7 feet tall because they needed large women for Mario Kart. You never played Majora's Mask? Okay. If you have never played Majora's Mask, there are 2 things I can recommend. Either there is a modded version of Majora's Mask 3D called Project Restoration, which restores the kind of things that Majora's Mask 3D more or less broke from the original game back to how they were, or close enough. Or you could try Two Ship Two Harkinian. I personally play it on Two Ship Two Harkinian. There's a lot of good options there, a lot of good additional settings. Heck, I even contributed to that game's stuff. There's an option in Two Ship Two Harkinian to set up a the UI to show the like time of day, the time, using a style similar to how they did in Majora's Mask 3D. It was like a bar across the bottom. The original game had like this really big clock thing. It's a beautiful name for the PC for, right? But there is an option in that to use the Majora's Mask 3D clock system because it's, you know, kind of better. It covers less of the screen. But I programmed that. That was me. I decided I wanted it, so I made it. But yeah. I would recommend going with Two Ship Two Harkinian if you want to give it a try. You have to provide your own Majora's Mask ROM that you either rip from a GameCube disc or an N64 cartridge. Which is fine. It's not too hard to do. But otherwise, you basically just play it on your PC. And you can apply a bunch of updates, like updated textures. I think there's a couple of new models starting to come out for it. HD UI, 60 FPS, that kind of thing. And you can just kind of customize it to your liking. But it's probably one of the best ways to experience the game. The original game had some... It was lacking some quality of life that it kind of needed, but most of the quality of life that the 3DS version added has been added to Two Ship Two Harkinian as an optional setting. So, like, there's not really any reason not to, right? But Majora's Mask is a fabulous game. It's really good. It's weird. It's dark. It's very out there. And you can kind of see why when you know about, like, Majora's Mask's history, right? You were just gonna try the 3D one because I got it on that, but want to get my... You got it on that, but want to get my GameCube controller to work with it? That's fair. But yeah, like, Majora's Mask is a fantastic game. It was a... So the history of Majora's Mask is really weird. Basically, Majora's Mask should never really have been made if Nintendo had their way. Yes, it's no relation. So originally, they were working on an expansion for Ocarina of Time for the N64 disk drive, which was meant to add like a bunch of extra Ocarina of Time content, like persistent NPCs, persistent world stuff, all sorts of nonsense like that. And the development team went to the execs and just went, look, this sucks to work on. We hate doing this. This is awful. Can we just do something else instead? Can we not make this? We just want to make a new Zelda game. Can we just make a new Zelda game? And the exec basically went to them and said, okay, 1 year. Make a Zelda game ready to release in 1 year. If you can do that, you don't have to work on this anymore. And so they went challenge accepted and made Majora's Mask. Which is why Majora's Mask recycles a lot of assets from Ocarina of Time. And why it's so weird, because they didn't have time to go through like a bunch of like back and forth on concept testing. They didn't have an idea to like, they didn't have time to like pitch ideas, ruminate on them, like develop them, throw some out. They just had to pick what came first to their heads and then go with it, because they did not have time. But it led to something really like raw and interesting. But it also means that's also the reason they change a lot in the 3DS remake, because Nintendo is kind of embarrassed by Majora's Mask. Does Majora's Mask have crowd control and a robust randomizer to the extent of OOT? Yes, it does. I don't know if crowd control is in 2-Ship 2 Harkinian yet. I know there is a randomizer. I don't know if it's quite to the extent that the emulator version is. I know the emulated version of Ocarina and Majora's Mask have a fabulous idea for a randomizer. The stuff they wanted to do, they didn't get to do in Ocarina of Time that they get to do in Majora's Mask. Almost certainly, like, I would be surprised if at least one of the dungeons in Majora's Mask was not based on a scrap dungeon from Ocarina. Challenge accepted and made peak by accident. Basically, yeah. Turns out when you don't have time to, like, constantly rework people's ideas and, like, sand all the edges off, you end up making something messy and heartfelt, which is often better than the stuff that has been polished to a mirror shine. But, okay, there is a really cool randomizer in Ocarina and Majora's Mask, and I say both because it is the combo randomizer, and this is only available for the emulator version, or like, a ROM, right? You can't do that on Ship of Harkinian, sadly. I would love it if you could. But it is a fascinating idea. It basically consolidates Ocarina and Majora's Mask into one game. Hi, Faye! Welcome in. And you travel between the two by either going back underneath the clock tower or going through the Happy Mask shop in Ocarina. But the items carry over too. So you can use items from Ocarina in Majora's Mask, and you could use your transformation masks in Ocarina. And that's fascinating to me. I think the combo randomizer is such a cool idea. Right? I really wish it existed for Ship of Harkinian. Maybe it will someday. But I know it's not a priority, and it's something people ask about a lot. I'd love to beat the start out of Ganondorf with the Oni mask. The Fierce Deity mask is so cool. It's a really, really cool idea. Apparently, originally, that's one of the ideas they did workshop a little bit, because originally that was just going to be the adult mask that just turned you into, like, the adult version of Link from Ocarina. But they thought that would be kind of underwhelming and couldn't really find much use for it, so they made it into a cool boss fighting mask. The games are overlapping enough they can be pseudo-merged like that. Kind of like how all the SNES Mega Man X games can be merged together. Yeah. There was something about, like, I think it's like Super Metroid and A Link to the Past can be merged together on real hardware because they, for whatever reason, share no parts of the internal memory. So they can just be merged together and run perfectly fine. Something like that. I don't know if it's those two games exactly, but it's something like that. Because they just don't interfere with each other, so you could just keep both in memory at once. There's a few other games like that, and the memory they share can be rearranged easily. Yeah. I love this. I love the stuff that people do with, like, decomps and recomps and like, modding of older games like this, because there's so much cool stuff people do with, like, ROM hacks and stuff. And there is something to be said. There is definitely something to be said that, like, just slapping an HD texture pack on something to make it modern doesn't really work, and I agree with that to some extent. There are also some very good HD texture packs out there. Some less good. There's a reason I'm using a texture pack for Dusklight that ports the Wii U HD textures over and not a custom made one, because it just does kind of look better. And there's a lot of areas in Ocarina of Time where you can really see that doesn't work, because it wasn't designed for high-resolution textures. It was designed to be really blurry. And there are some cases where they just have broken UV maps on things, and you just don't notice because everything's really blurry. Although, there are mods in the works, they're not done yet, that are trying to fix that by porting over, like, the models from Majora's Mask 3D to, like, increase the fidelity of the game a little bit. And I do like that. I think there is definitely something to be said for playing stuff in its original form. Absolutely. People fell in love with games in their original forms for a reason, and I think there is value in still playing them in that way. However, it's very hard to introduce something to someone that was made like 10 years before they were born, and looks like nothing they have ever experienced in their life, and it is very difficult to get people into that, invested. It's possible, don't get me wrong. But it is going to be easier with a bit more quality of life and maybe some just, like, slightly smoother visuals. Accepting games running at 20 FPS is just not as easy these days. UV mapping is my least favorite part of modeling. It sucks so much. But we will be doing an Ocarina randomizer, and you will see some of the stretched UV map stuff soon when we get to that. So I'll point it out when we get there if I remember. But yeah. I love the stuff that the modding community does, and there are a lot of very talented people there. I can see both perspectives. The one perspective that does annoy me is when people put CRT shaders on GBA games. The GBA screen was not a CRT screen. It did not require a CRT filter. The CRT filter does not improve the sprite work of a GBA game. A lot of older SNES games absolutely were made with the CRT in mind, but the GBA wasn't. That was a dot matrix screen. That's a different thing. What if I played my GBA games on the CRT via the GameCube adapter? Well, you're, like, in the minority, because the GameCube adapters are super hard to get hold of and were really expensive. I think I saw one once in my life. You miss yours? I bet. I miss my GameCube. I've had like 3 GameCubes in my life. Because I kept selling and rebuying them. And then I eventually just didn't buy one again because I have a Wii, right? The CRT filter of my PS Vita games couldn't hear of my experience being so retro. Jail for 1,000 years. I do like that the Wii had full backwards compatibility, because the Wii is basically just a GameCube with extra stuff bolted on. To the point where people in the modding scene who want to make portable GameCubes just use a Wii because it's easier. You can trim a Wii motherboard to be really small, by the way. It's kind of nuts. You can trim a Wii motherboard to be smaller than your average phone. But I'm still slightly mad at my brother for one time because he sold my GameCube for 4 Xbox games, and I'm still kind of mad at him for that. I'm trimming my Wii. Okay, everybody, we got an ad going in like a minute. We got an ad going in like a minute. I'm going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll go in for some Twilight Princess, and I'm excited for it. I'm really looking forward to getting back into this. Alright, everybody, I will see you soon. Thank you, I will hydrate. I was planning to, but I will anyway. Alright, everybody, I will see you in a few minutes, and we'll get into Twilight Princess. Hydrate or dihydrate? Hydrate or die straight. I am not straight. Pokemon Bean. Alright, we're about to take an ad break, but when we get back, we'll go to some Twilight Princess. I will see you in a couple of minutes.
You better not be sleeping right now.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Twilight Princess time! Okay, so we got all 20 hearts, 33 hours of playtime. All we have left to do in the game is to do the last dungeon. That's not ideal. Okay, I think we're good. But we're still missing 10 pose. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. We have every bug. We've handed every bug into Agatha. We have the biggest quiver. We have the biggest wallet. We have the magic armor. We have every piece of heart. We have 10 Poes left to get. However, I did a little bit of searching last time and didn't find any. Well, we found a couple, but we're still 10 short. So, I have on my other screen a list of every Poe location. And the way this is going to work is I'm going to go to the locations where I think I might be missing one. We'll do that, we'll see what we get, and when we're done with that, we'll see how many we still have to get. If we're lucky, we'll get all of them this way. If not, then we will systematically go through every single location. Potate. Oh. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. And or smooch the cow, depending on which version of potate you're talking about. Okay, first off, I think I know where one of the ones we missed is. These don't deserve smooches, it's true. I think we missed one in Kakariko Village. I may be wrong, but I think we did. Resisting the urge to ban me from rolling? That's fine. If you want to ban me from rolling, you can ban me from rolling. I just won't roll. I don't need to roll to catch Poes. I could just ride my cool spinner. I do need to look at my right trigger on my controller actually, because it has been acting up lately. So I think one of these graves has a Poe under it. Maybe only at night? Well, maybe I got that one already. Ban actions is tricky, so no, it can make your life miserable, so I don't wanna. So the way I try to treat the ban actions thing. How do I... Hold on, I'm trying to remember how to Howl the Sun song. There we go. If you banned the spinner on top of that, I would just be walking a lot of places. Oh, I can't change the time of day here. That's fine, we'll leave here then. So, okay. The way the ban actions generally work is that the goal of those is to give me interesting challenges that can lead to some interesting gameplay. I honestly have been thinking about reducing the time from 30 minutes to 15 because oftentimes by the 30-minute mark it's kind of got a little tired. It's the balance to make things silly without making it miserable. Yeah, like, I'm okay with, like, I'm a bit of a masochist. I'm okay with things being made a little bit miserable. But, okay, fair. Oh, come on. My right trigger is really acting up lately. It's just not registering my right trigger. Is there a way I can like change the button combo for that? Because it would be nice to not have to rely on my right trigger. Let me see. Wait, it's not an. It's some. I don't think it's an input. Maybe it is. No, wait, it's gonna be in, it's gonna be gameplay. It's R and X, so it should be There we go. There we go. But yeah, if things are just kind of too silly with the ban redeem, sorry, I got a little distracted there trying to work out my thing. If things are getting a little too silly with the ban redeem, I'll just kind of refund the points. I just not do it. Is the reality of it. Oh right, we got fairies and stuff in there now. Maybe depending on challenge, you could set an appropriate time. I guess, but I don't want to feel like I don't want people to feel like they're being shortchanged, right? There it is. Okay, there's one. Refusing to be intimidated by my sword of Damocles and actually making a reasonable discussion said you're wounded? Oh no! I've caused problems by accident. Alright, 9 pose to go. I believe there is one more in Kakariko Gorge, which I'm missing. Maybe. It's the worst kind of problems, I know! The problems I cause on purpose are so much more fun. So, let me click through here. Where is this one? That one I've got already, and there's one in a cave maze. Don't know if we got that one already. Be the problem you want to see in the world. Exactly. You get me. I have to go left, left, right, right in this cave. Be the world you want a problem in the sea. Yes, exactly. This doesn't seem right. Hold on. No, this is the right place. I got a screenshot, see. Oh, that's the Wii version. Okay, hold on. I think I got this one already. So there should be one over here. Yeah, we got this one already. That's fine. What? What are you talking about, Mooney? What the heck? Oh, so hi, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, Mooney. He's true? What do you mean he's true? I don't know. I think it sounds like an embellishment to me. Typically based logic from ban challenge and things like inaction is itself an action, but sometimes they stretch into like banning certain decisions or decision making. Arguably not within the scope of the routine, but I usually go along. Yeah, I usually go along with it. Okay, so there's apparently like a bunch at the castle entrance. So let's walk to the castle. True, the opposite of false. I see. It's peer reviewed. I guess that's what peer review means. But yeah, like the whole point of that redeem is for interesting challenges. And admittedly, like sometimes the challenges are just not all that interesting. Come out of it, but usually there's at least something worth thinking about there, right? I'm not doing the Twilight Princess low percent speedrun, even if it doesn't have the, Mooney, even if it doesn't have the 17-hour rupee staring anymore, I'm not doing it. I talked about this a bit in the first stream of this, but when you pick up an item in Twilight Princess, there is actually a bug that is almost completely unnoticeable. When you pick up an item, Link turns to the camera and holds it out for you to see. Glitchless speedrun? That sounds ridiculous. So when you turn to the camera and hold an item, Link plays this little idle animation where he just kind of stands there holding the item, right? The bug is that that animation is 1 frame too short. And so, because that animation is 1 frame too short, Link drifts extremely slowly backwards. And while he's in that state, in that, like, cutscene animation, he has no collision. And so this can be used to clip through walls. And there was a point in the Twilight Princess low percent speedrun where you could avoid getting a single key early in the game by using this glitch. And of course, the low percent speedrun, you have to do as little as physically possible. And so it required standing still and staring at a blue rupee for 17 hours in order to clip through a wall. Ghost down there? No. Why I'm leaning over? I think it was in Far Woods, I think. It was in Far Woods. At least that was the one I knew. I think there was a version that did it in Snow Peak. There's a few places it's been used. The version I saw had it done in Far Woods to skip the ghost. To skip the I'm thinking about ghosts. To skip the Oh, Far Woods is the shorter one. You're right. That's like 9 hours. Okay. We need to go to the west side. Oh, we were at the west. I'll just walk there. Oh, same path towards the stone bridge. Okay. That makes sense. Wait, I don't know much about the OG Dead Rising speedrun stuff. I just know the OG Dead Rising is a very funny game. But yeah, Mooney, I think the low percent speedrun got some new tech that that changed things so that you don't have to do the 17-hour rupee stare anymore. I have to double check I got these. I know, it's so disappointing. Postgame mode required you to survive for 24 IRL hours. Oh, we did get these. Okay, cool. It's totally a good thing, but like, aw. Yeah, I know, right? Hold on. It's this gate, right? Yeah, it's totally this one. Okay, sorry, I'm comparing screenshots to stuff off screen. That one I've got. That one I've got. Where is that? It's just to head south, so we've gone the wrong direction. Banning the use of the same mode of traversal 2 periods of 30 seconds in a row would be worth doing? I mean, I don't really see how that would work. Because, like, it just means, like, I can't really walk much. A 30-second cooldown on warping wouldn't really change much either. Yeah, it did. Exactly. All that really does is just mean I have to stand still for longer. It's not really a challenge. Yeah, I need to cross the Great Bridge of Hylia. I'm not gonna lie, it is difficult to come up with interesting challenges, and stuff. I leave it in there because sometimes y'all do come up with some really fun ones that I really like. But it is very difficult to come up with interesting challenges that are not, you know, you just have to sit around and wait longer. Because, like, you could do challenges like, I can't use the claw shots. It's the OOT stealth loss of walking. Fun fact, you can get past those without having to wait. I was doing some testing on the Ocarina of Time randomizer, recently, in the past few days. And I came into an area in the Gerudo Training Grounds, as a child, where you have 1 minute to fight 2 Stalfos. So you can't afford to wait around for them to be like hittable, right? Because you do so little damage. You do so little damage. Nothing in here. And they take like 12 hits to kill, right? So what you do is you pull out the boomerang and you just stun them repeatedly. And the fun thing about Ocarina of Time is there's a bug called there's a glitch called Equip Swap, which allows you to equip the boomerang as an adult, and turns out the boomerang is broken in that game. If the game is not designed around you having the boomerang, it breaks the whole game wide open. Okay, it looks like we're done here. Rixie, every single ghost can only be killed in one way. There is only one way to kill a ghost. You have to knock them down as Wolf and then rip out their soul with a finish move. That's the only way to kill the ghosts. There is no other method. Unfortunately. Should I like jump down to Hyrule Field into Lake Hylia from here? Because Lake Hylia is where I need to go next. I don't think I can actually get down from here, even though you do from the story. I guess I could take the... You'd think that Boomerang and Hookshot are effectively equivalent, but there is one thing that Boomerang can do that Hookshot can't. And it is what really breaks the game open. So, the one thing that in Ocarina of Time the Hookshot can do and the Boomerang can do and the Hookshot can't is collect items on the ground. And that doesn't mean... So the Hookshot can do that for some items. If they have been dropped by an enemy, or by grass, or a pot, or something like that, the Hookshot can pick them up just fine. But if they are a freestanding item that already exists in the world, the Hookshot cannot touch them. But the Boomerang can. Which means there's a lot of items in Ocarina of Time that are like pieces of heart just kind of hanging just out of range. Or Skulltula tokens that are locked behind a Megaton hammer and stuff. Which you could just get using the boomerang, just for free. You could just boomerang it and it's free. It breaks so much of the game's collectibles. Precisely because you're not supposed to have it, so they just position stuff so that you have to collect them in interesting ways. It's free real estate, exactly. It's free item real estate. There's apparently like 8 of these in Lake Hylia. I know I've got a good chunk of them. Keeping a lookout. Keeping a lookout. I think the 8 in Lake Hylia might be the few in that cave though, and I got a bunch of those. Ow. Where are these last 10 then? I mean 9 I guess, because we did get 1. We definitely got all the ones in that cave. I went through and made sure of that. Let's see, there's that one we got, that one I got. Likely vanishing while your brain's kind of malfunctioning. That's okay. I hope you feel better. Hey. I will have a good time. I have been having a good time. It's just something about wooden platforms standing into the lake. I don't see any wooden platforms. Maybe it's the other direction. Yeah, I would save it until there's like a really good idea. Because like if you're just planning walking in a straight line, I can just do this. That doesn't really change much. Mooney being very squishy today. Oh, everyone's being squishy today. Dang it, I didn't want to jump out, Linkle. Dang it. Okay, I think I do have that one. I definitely have that one. I have that one. Got all of those. There's only one in Upazora River and I got that last time. Zora's Domain might have another one, but I think I got those. How are there 9 more of these? I think there's another one in Gerudo Desert I don't have. Yeah, we're searching for Pose. I've got a list of them up here because I couldn't find any more last time. And I'm 9 short currently. You're holding off to the dungeon? That makes sense. I think we're more likely to get something interesting in the dungeon. Things like combat without using the sword could be interesting. But that's also very hard. I think I got these 2. There was one up there and one over there. Yeah, I got these 2. Gerudo Desert time then. Oof. Actually, before we go to the Gerudo Desert, Oh, there's quite a few in the Garuda Desert that I think we may have missed. Even Ordeals, we got Arbident Rounds, we got Sacred Grove. I think we got that one. There's definitely one in Sacred Grove I'm missing, but I think there's some in Snow Peak I'm missing. You'd only ban the sword if there was a way to kill everything in the final dungeon without it. I think there is, with the exception of maybe like the boss, and maybe some of the mini bosses. Actually, I think I can't do the mini bosses without the sword, but I can use things like the bow. I can use things like the bombs. I've got options, right? You could also just do a simple thing of you're not allowed to use the Master Sword specifically. Because I can just equip the Orden Sword, right? Oh, I don't actually need to... I don't have the Reed Fish Scent anymore, do I? I don't actually need to use it. Okay. This is nighttime, right? Yeah. So there was a Poe there, we got that one. Aha! There's one. There's one we missed. Give me your soul! Okay, so we have 52. Just 8 left. Oh, I couldn't do this last time I was here. It's probably just 100 rupees realistically, but it could be something. Pressing the start button to... Ow. There is no in-game map for Poes, no, unfortunately. On the note of the boss, are you going to show off the trick? If it's the one I'm thinking of, yes I will. I do intend to show off a silliness about the final boss, because it's very silly. Dang it. I hate these things. Dang it! Dang it! I don't know if it's the same trick that you're thinking of, but I definitely want to show off something in the final boss because I think it would be funny. I hate this freezing idea! The freezing thing is so annoying! I am stupid. Mooney, I'm gonna time you out. I'm not actually gonna time you out, but... I am inconsolably mad. It was not worth an orange rupee! I have nothing to spend money on anymore! Except for like the magic armor, I guess. I've got like 10 seconds of magic armor. But the stonks! The stonks can... I don't know what the stonks can do, but something far away from me. I don't want to be near the stonks. I don't want the stonks to have anything to do with me. I know this was a thing. I think we cleared this one already. Yes, we did. I remember doing that one. Hey? You know, I'm making progress, even if it's a little bit slow. What's that? We don't have to worry about the Howling Stones, we got all of those. Hello there. I didn't even know that was there. I wasn't even looking at the guide. I just realized I hadn't done that yet. Okay, 7 more. You wonder what po-sols taste like? Cherry. They taste like cherry. Seven more. Bats are weirdly hard to kill in Twilight Princess. They just kind of have this really tiny hitbox, and it's really awkward to hit them. What do Prolo Souls taste like? Dreams. Dreams and sugar. And it's slightly alcoholic. Mooney, I will actually stab you. I won't actually stab you, that was a joke. Hold on. Do I have to ride this? Wait, I could probably just... Oh, wait, hang on. I can't just transform here. Maybe I can just transform here. Yes, I can. Cool. But I don't think I can get over this gap. Okay. We may have to ride down then, because we need to go to the dungeon. I will time you out. I won't actually, but... Yeah, sure, we'll race you. Whatever. God damn, Mooney, you're really punny today. You're in like a really punny mood. Okay, there is apparently a Poe somewhere on this track. Oh, I think I know where it is, actually, judging from the description. I don't need to win this, I just need to get to the end. You have a chicken pot pie in the freezer? Sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. I like chicken pies. I'm a Yorkshire girlie, we do pies here. Pies are a thing we do. And I missed. That sucks. God damn it. I wish I could warp to the actual dungeon and didn't have to do this. But I don't think I can warp down to the bottom of the mountain. No, I can't. Okay, that's annoying. It's very fun, but I would like to actually just move on. You. I'll race you. Sure, you're easier. You're easier to race. I missed. Dang it. I fell over. I got knocked down. That's a bad spot to be in, like right next to him going onto the bridge. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Stop! Mooney, if you say Pote of Greed, I swear to gods. You're right, you didn't. That was egg on my face, I guess. Come on! The game is this mechanic's really awkward. Draw 2 Prolos from your deck! Moosin! I love Moosin. We're ghost hunting. We're doing ghost hunting. If you have a ghost problem, who should you call? Not me, because this is awful. Please call somebody else. You busting ghosts? You mean you bust ghosts, right? Right, Mason? Right? Right? No. That's how ectoplasm is made. Banquet brand pot pies are alright, not the best crust and the filling is kind of soupy. But they're $1 each. $1 each is pretty good. I usually get some like cheap pies that I can just throw in my air fryer or something. That's better. Right, I know where the Poe is. There it is, I saw it. I saw the lantern. It's right there. But I gotta get to the bottom first. And then I can go back up. Okay. Wolf time. This game's soundtrack is delightful, honestly. So we go up this little spiral here. And then right at the top is a ghost. Let me seal your soul! I think we're on 6 more? I could do with some hearts. There's one. Cost considerably more. I might be saying going on with the company. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't really tend to buy food based on its brand a lot of the time. Like, I avoid stuff that's... I avoid Nestle food because, like, I try to avoid giving money to Nestle. We need to go to the desert. But as much as I can anyway, it's not actually very easy to do that. But generally I just tend to buy what's cheapest. Because I do not get a lot of money, so I do not have access to a lot of money. So hot for that. I know, right? The way I generally see it is, there's a few things I do boycott. There's things that I avoid giving money to. McDonald's is one, for example. I haven't eaten a McDonald's since I was 12. It's the first boycott I ever decided to engage in, of my own volition. It's really hard to avoid, yeah, but I try my best. There are limits to my power, weirdly enough. But the general rule of thumb I like to do is like, if you really care about a cause, we need this to be at night, huh? You have to be willing to sacrifice a little bit for it. If you only care about a cause in as much as you, as it doesn't affect you, you probably don't really care about it. You just want people to tell you you're a good person. Yeah, I'm fortunate that we do have other kinds of chocolate here. Oh, there's a chest here. Neat. Yeah. Like, sometimes you can't do a complete boycott, and that's okay. People have limitations. Like, I generally can't boycott Amazon. Partly because I mean, I make a living on Twitch, right? But I rely on Amazon for quite a lot of stuff. And it sucks, and I hate it, but it's also true. Hello? I knew there's more in the desert. But the ones I can avoid reasonably without, like... There's an element of just, like... It's not a case of, like, you should be willing to give up literally anything in order to, It's not a case of you should be willing to give up anything and everything for a cause, right? It's a case of, like, you should be willing to give up minor conveniences for a cause. But, like, I often rely on Amazon because, I live in the middle of nowhere, and I have quite bad agoraphobia. I can't go outside. So if I need to order something, I often don't have a choice but to order it from Amazon, and I can't just go out and get it, because that is a major thing for me. And I hate it, but it's more than a mild inconvenience. Sometimes it is a case of, like, if you have, it's, sometimes you just can't avoid something, like, yeah, exactly, Rexy, you're putting it in better words. No ethical consumption under capitalism is true, but it means you have to pick your battles, right? It means you can't boycott everything, but you should still boycott what you can. And try and do what you can. But I do think, like, there is a difference between relying on something to function as a person and relying on something for convenience, right? Like we were talking about the Mario movie earlier. You couldn't just not watch, like, oh, the Zelda movie. You could just not watch the Zelda movie. You're not gonna die from not watching the Zelda movie, right? It's not going to massively affect your quality of life to not watch the Zelda movie. There's other movies. And like, I love Zelda. Zelda's great. I'm not going to watch the Zelda movie. Like, I might watch it if I can get a copy secondhand somewhere. Or whatever, but I'm not going to like yell about it. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it. I'm not gonna give money towards it. There are also so many other movies. Realistically, I will probably just forget about it. Wanting a Zelda movie my whole life, Zelda's my childhood, a core part of me. I won't watch it. You can't pay me to watch it at this point. Yeah, and okay, let me put down something here. I say this all from a little bit of experience with this because I am a British kid who grew up. I was a British kid growing up in the 90s. There was a particular property that was very unavoidable and that I have a great deal of memories around. Can you all guess which one that is? Because it's not Gollywugs, but that would have a similar response for me, yeah. I grew up with a lot of Harry Potter stuff. I grew up with that franchise. I had like merchandise. I had like I watched the movies. I read all the books. I am never touching that franchise again. You could not pay me enough to do it. Like, I grew up listening to the audiobooks, I heckin' loved it, but no, I will not consume anything from that franchise again. Well, buy pig, I guess. I guess that pig's dead. I just killed a pig! I just killed a pig! I got so mad about Harry Potter that I killed a pig. But yeah, it's like, I have so many fond memories of like things. I used to play the video games. The realistic thing is like, they released a video game from that franchise a little bit ago. By all accounts, it was kind of bad. But even if it wasn't, I would never have played it. You could not pay me to play it. Rip Oinka. Pig down! It's my way of saying ACAB within the rules of Twilight Princess. I think this might be all of the pose in this part of the desert, but I'm pretty sure there's more of them further in. Dang it, I keep pausing to open the item wheel. Right trigger, please actually do something. My right trigger is really acting up. See over here. But yeah, like, the point I'm making is, you do have to pick your battles to some degree. But there is also the point that you all have your own ethical... You're always going to have your own ethical line, and there is going to be a line that is something you will not cross. And that you will... And I don't think it is unreasonable to somewhat judge someone's values for where they draw theirs. Like, if somebody is, like, tries to justify consuming Harry Potter media in 2026, then I can't be friends with them. That's an ethical line that is beyond the pale for me. It's that simple. Because that is a line of ethics where I feel that is important enough that Like, I feel that is an important enough line to draw that I feel it says a lot about a person if they don't draw the line there, if that makes sense. There are other things which I feel less strongly about. Like, I'm not going to distance myself from someone if they go and see the Zelda movie. I think it is in poor taste. I will not be doing it, but I'm not going to judge someone for doing so. Because that is like a different level of things, right? It's all in levels. Morality's complicated. But ultimately, everyone's got their lines, and I think it is okay to draw lines of things that you feel you personally can't support, and things that you feel no one should support. And I think those are two distinct things. I guess I got this one. I know there's one... Okay, I know there is one, in the Sacred Grove. So we're gonna head there. But that's gonna be, I think, the last one that I don't think I've got. So we are gonna have to start looking through the whole list. One at a time, exhaustively searching things out. Because there are 60 of these and we only have 55. Oh, we have 56. Okay, we're missing 4. Okay. Hang on, there's 3 in Sacred Grove. I thought there was only 2. Oh no, there were 3. Okay, that's fine. Alright, I think we're going to have to, I know I got those 2, but I'm like only 90% sure on this last one, so... We need to travel to Kakariko Village. Is it daytime again? Wait, I don't need to transform to human. I need to be a wolf. Come on. There we go. Wait, it doesn't work in Kakariko Village. Dang it! I just forget it doesn't work in Kakariko Village. We do have an ad coming up shortly. We'll probably just go through it because there's we've just been yapping mostly. This is not the most entertaining gameplay. Not the most riveting. Okay, we gotta wait for night. We're getting there though. We got 4 more ghosts to get, but unfortunately I don't know which ones they are. I know I got the first 2. Dang it. Dang it! Wolfling's jump always feels like really pathetic. It's like a tiny little eh. I can heal in here before. Hot springs. Is there one in this house, maybe? If I drop in from the roof? Is there one in here? No, there was a bug in here. Okay, that's fine. I need to get up there. This way is going to be through the bomb shop, I think. I don't know what it is, but I really like Link's run animation in this game. I know we're playing as Linkle, but she uses the same animations as Link. Something about it just feels very, like, light. Okay, we definitely do have this one then. Okay, moving on. We definitely have the two in Kakariko Graveyard. We got the one on Death Mountain, because we got that last time. I checked there already, that's in Faron Entrance. We checked Kakariko Gorge already. And there's the Castletown entrance. Check the screenshot. Maybe that isn't where I thought that was. Hold on. Maybe that isn't where I thought that was. So it says immediately exit west, which we're doing here. Follow the path. Find a large stone bridge. And then before reaching it, turn south. So I turn north. Is this the right spot? Hold on. There should be a circular patch of grass somewhere. Is it over here, maybe? Oh, it is! This is straight up what I missed. Next thing on this one is this too. You steal your soul. 3 left. This is getting out of hand! Now there are 2 of them! Okay. It's gonna be easy to deal with these things as a human. There we go. Is that all that's in here? Just a couple of ghosts? I mean, that's fine. That's totally fine. Okay. We are missing 2. Okay, where is the next one? We checked all the ones in Lake Hylia. We got the ones in Upper Zora's River. We got the ones in Zora's Domain. I think I know where one of the... Oh, wait, no, that might be the last 2, actually. That might be both. That might be both! We might have both of them on our hands. Because I think I found these last time, but couldn't... I didn't have any bombs to reach them. This might be the last 2. I had a vague memory of that, of not being able to grab a couple of ghosts because there were some bombs that I needed to do or something like that, and I couldn't remember what it was. They're saying I'd like to have both in hand and they're not post souls. Yeah, Mooney? Yeah? Okay. We hook shot up here. We turn into a wolf again. If I'm right, we win, and this is the last set we need. I'm wrong. I'm wrong! I'm pressing the button. I'm pressing the button. I'm pressing the button and it's not working. There we go. I did this already. I did this already. No! I thought I had it. This means I might have missed one inside a dungeon, which kind of sucks. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets.
Hello.
Hi, Belda, welcome in. Snow Peak. Try. Hi, Riley, welcome in. We could try the Hidden Village. Maybe there's one in the Hidden Village. Hidden Villages.
Do not let yourself become shrimp.
Ah! I gotta unshrimp!
You deserve a glass of water.
What was the Hidden Village? It's like over here somewhere. There it is. Okay, cool. I will also hydrate, thank you. Trying to take us to Shrimp Town. Yeah, I was gonna take you to Shrimp Town. Okay, so... we need to go to the Hidden Village, which is right here. And we'll see if there's one in here. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go dungeon delving. There's one. It is right here. We are missing one ghost. There is one ghost somewhere in the world that we're missing. So, dungeons. I know I got the ones in City in the Sky, but we might be missing. It's either one in I think it might be in Snow Peak, so we're gonna have to go back up there. We're gonna have to do the Yeti race again, because I think it's in Snow Peak. It's in Snow Peak Temple. I race you. Let's go. Let's go, I race you. I'm super fast, I race you. I'm Zoombin. That's right, I'm Zoombin. Can't stop me, I'm Zoombin! I'm too fast. I am too fast. I'm Zoombin too fast. Be a little careful. I got the zoomies. Dang it! I knew I shouldn't have done that. Ah! The thing just veers really hard if you're steering at all when you land. I really wish there was a better way to get to the dungeon, because I just want to reach the dungeon. To have to play the minigame just to visit the dungeon again is very annoying. Because I can't even just walk there, right? I have to play the minigame. Okay, I'm just going to do this perfectly this time. We're just going to do it perfectly. That's all we're going to do. We just got to do it perfectly. Just absolutely perfectly. That's how we do it. Did she just push me off? Fine, fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're doing it, we're doing it, we're gaming, we're gaming, we're gaming. We're gaming, we're gaming. Real gaming, real gaming. Okay, we got this, we got this, we're gaming, we're gaming, we're gaming, we're real gaming. We're real gaming, we're real gaming. Are you kidding me? She just beat me right at the end? What the heck? You cheated. Y'all saw that, right? She straight up cheated. She cheated completely. So, okay. Where does it say this one is? That was some Banjo-Kazooie level rubber banding for sure. Where does it say this one is? I feel like this heckin' guide feels like it's written by ChatGPT or something. Like, let me read you the description of this one. After obtaining the ball and chain within the dungeon, return to the room lined with suits of armor, often near the kitchen or main hall. What do you mean often? It's not randomly generated! How long ago was the guide posted? Let me see. It doesn't say, unfortunately. But it can't have been too long ago, because it's using screenshots from the HD version, so it has to have been, like, I say not too long ago, but it has to have been within the past, like, 10 years or so. Okay, there is supposedly another one in here, though. Yeah, maybe I'll try and find an older one. But the nice one about this one, it has screenshots. Which is helpful. Okay, this one's using Wii screenshots, so that's a good sign. There's a cave of ordeals, that's Temple Time. Snow Peak Ruins. The room directly above the kitchen. Okay, we can do that. Maybe this way. We can get to a room directly above the kitchen. Yeah, this one is definitely a nicer one. It's got better screenshots and, like, map locations and everything. Directly above the kitchen would be this way. I think I got this one. Yes, I did. Okay. Oh, apparently there's two in like that first room. But there are only three in this dungeon, and that's where one of them was. So if we go down here... Back to the entrance room, there were two in here. And if it's not here, it's probably in the Temple of Time. Supposedly one floating in the middle of the room. I think we got that then, and I think there's one here, which I think we definitely got. I mean, we'll break these anyway. I'm pretty sure I did this at the time. Oh, no, I didn't! Okay, it's right here. I was right! It is here. Anticlimactic! Let's go! And there's my achievement for getting 60 Poe Souls. That's all of them. Now we don't need the guide anymore. So we can leave. Thank you. Now we can leave. We have to go back to Castletown, and we have to talk to the Giovanni, because he'll have his he'll be back to normal. I don't actually know what the reward for this is. I don't know if I've ever done this. I don't remember what the reward is. But if it's something like Ocarina, because I know Ocarina of Time has the golden Skulltulas, the 100 golden Skulltulas. I know what most of those are by heart. And I have collected those before, and what that gives you is just free access to 100 rupees whenever you want them. But I don't think that's what Giovanni gives you. But he might. I mean, that would make sense. He's like supposed to be a rich guy, right? So him giving me like access to free money would actually make a lot of sense. Maybe that is what he gives me. Like, it's fine if that's the case. It's not something I need, but, you know. I'm not gonna complain. We transform into a wolf. We dig under the ground. And we find Giovanni back to normal. Sometimes I'm gonna jump so the homies get all matching people and kissed under the moonlight. That's an incredible first time chat. Hi Catalyst Call, welcome in. Thank you for that. Oh, he's not back to normal. Oh, maybe he is. Oh, he is. That's what he looks like? You did it! Look at me, I'm back to my old self again. Thanks to you, everything in my life is coming up roses. The old hop hop? If that's what you want to call it. If that's what you want to call it. Oh, of course, I need to thank you. Please accept this. Okay, he just gives me several rupees. Alright, I need to let my girlfriend know that I'm back. I wonder what her expression will be when she sees I'm back. Wait, is that literally it? You just give me 200 rupees and that's it? Say, you're the one who fixed my master up, right? I owe you. My name's Gengal. I'm the leader of the cats outside. Well, now that I can move, maybe I should go outside and breathe some fresh air. Is this Mortal Kombat? Yes, this is Mortal Kombat. We just did a fatality on that guy. I don't know Mortal Kombat. I've never played Mortal Kombat. Yeah, normally Giovanni would be leaping out of there. I'm also relieved that Gengal's doing well. Kinda looks like Luigi's Mansion a little bit. Oh, hello! This is my first time in this town. I'm looking for someone named Louise. She's supposed to know this town well. Where's the bar? I love the cats. Don't you think the humans who pick us up and carry us around are annoying? I'm saying nothing. I may have done that to you. So Gengal's safe? I'm so glad. Giovanni, where'd he go? Meow. It might be a little bit like Luigi's Mansion. Alright, well, we did the last thing, so, we got the biggest wallet, the biggest quiver, we got all 3 bomb bags, we got all 4 bottles, we got all 20 hearts, all 60 pose. All that's left is to beat the game, I think. Which I think just means we walk over here. I gotta stop coughing? When was I coughing? I don't think I was coughing. I'm going to jump? I can't jump. I'm playing as Litkle. She can't jump. Unless she runs off an edge, then she can jump. We're gonna log off? Okay, Tristy, thank you for hanging out. Oh yeah, cutscene. Hey Midna, become huge and scary, please. It's kinda hot when you do that. Have a good rest of your stream with me, Triforce. Dorito will be with you. Thank you, Tristy. Goon night? I've been known to have a goon night once on occasion. I'm gonna say it. Smash. Is she single? I think she is. Wood! 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 What she's gonna do to the barrier? And me, if I have my way about it. Hey Midna, you became huge and scary and it was very hot. Do you want to make out? Chad, is this Yuri? I think this is Yuri. She's holding her in a princess carry. Should they kiss under the moon? They should. They should be kissing right now. She was holding her in a princess carry. This is Yuri. I've forgotten just how much sexual tension there was in this game. But okay, it's time for the final dungeon. Welcome to Hyrule Castle, everybody. We've been here like twice before in this game, but now we get to be here as a human. We've only been here as wolf before.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Thanks for the follow, Catalyst Kai. You're an accomplice to my crimes now. Congratulations. It's not really a lot to find here either, because, like, I have all my pieces of heart and stuff. A barrier. Oh no. Some guys. Whatever will I do? It's not like I can spin to win or anything. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, I just killed you with a bomb arrow. Why that demon so busty? Because she's Midna and she's hot. She got cake though. Okay, the specific wording of this challenge is in a row, which means if I can kill them all at the same time, it doesn't count. And now ball and chain. There we go. That's bustable. True. Correct. Real. Give me some more arrows. I should probably... I keep pausing trying to change my items. I need to take off my bomb arrows. I don't need them. I do really like the dungeons in this game. They do some interesting stuff with them. They make them feel like locations. Like, you've got a big courtyard here. Is this GameCube? It's the GameCube version of the game. I am playing on PC via Dusklight, the PC port. But it is the GameCube version, yes. Okay, it was specifically killing enemies, not damaging them. So I gotta keep an eye on when they die. Sword period? Okay, fair. I mean, I haven't used the sword separately yet. I've considered the sword generally as a separate thing so far. None of you died yet. Okay, you died, I can no longer use the sword. Wait, I just used the ball and chain. Whoops. Oh, they didn't die. It's okay. Yeah, they're not dying. They're just getting hurt. You died from bow. I can no longer use bow. Claw shot can't kill. Spinner can. Let's spin to win. Oh, we're done. We're done with spin out. Bombs. I gotta just put that down and then just kind of lead them over it so they explode on it. Oh, there goes bombs. I'm running low on options. I'm trying not to just, like, alternate the same two over and over. But I think... Wait, no, there is another option. This one is funny. You ready for this? Killed with the iron boots! Now I think I'm actually out of options. I have to use my sword again. And bow. And we're good. No two enemies in a row killed using the same methodology. Can I just push it onto those? No, okay. Is there a chest up there? How do I get up there? Do I have to drop down from above somehow? I guess so. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is an arena, if ever I saw one. Oh, it's this guy! Well, I didn't kill with bow before this. I didn't kill with sword, so I could just kill this guy with sword. I have come to play. You suck, my guy. You suck. This is the strongest attack in the game, by the way. It's like really, really strong. Meow. Ow! Your axe is heavy! You don't know that I want women to stab me. Maybe make an exception for the iron boots roll. Wow, I'm just getting knocked around. It's a good thing I have fairies. Ow, that hurts me? That's mean. Okay, there you go. Killed with sword. Enough! He gave me a key! I follow the strongest side. That's all I've ever known. Hello. He sucks, actually. He spoke. And he sucks. He's like, he may have said something to you, but he's still like the worst guy. Do you remember when he tried to kill that kid? He tried to set a kid on fire. Do you remember that? Do you remember that, Prolo, when he set the kid on fire? Okay. Honestly, aside from a few like rendering hiccups and like the random crashing that occurred in the first time I tried to stream this, Dusklight's been really, really good. How many times did you kick his ass before? And only now he chose to torture you? Yeah. Okay, that killed an enemy, so we can't use the ball and chain. Alright, we're gonna Iron Boots it. We're gonna Iron Boots it because it's funny. Only half out of rhetorical because I genuinely forgot. It's been quite a few. Oh, we killed an enemy this way. Accidentally killed two, but it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna use my bow option on that guy. My bow on that guy. We'll get the spinner out and we'll use that. We'll Beyblade this arena. Oh, that's killed them. And I guess we'll kill this guy with a sword. I think we've beaten up that guy like 4 or 5 times now. This methodology of like killing things in different ways is fun, but I am taking a lot of damage trying to do it. I do have some fairy tears if I need them, and 3 fairies. Well, 2 fairies. I had 3 fairies and I used 1. Okay, this is fine. This might not be fine. No, this is okay. This is okay. We use 1 arrow to kill that guy. We kill this guy with the sword. Kill the next guy with the bow. Kill this guy with the sword. I know we're just alternating here, but this is an awkward one to do otherwise. Kill you with the bow. And now we're free. I'm gonna use ball and chain for these 2. That worked. Yeah, it works. Okay. Interesting. I can't get through there right now. Oh, I can. I can go around this way. Okay, cool. I can just go this way. Break some of these boxes, hoping for some parts. No such luck. Pig smash! Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy by pig. That guy dies by pig. That guy dies by bow. Okay. We need boomerang. I really need to get my right trigger fixed. See if we can just kind of jiggle it a little bit, see if that helps. Oh, that just disconnected my controller. I just hit my controller and it just disconnected it. Should reconnect, hopefully. Hold on, I need to put it back in the dock and then take it out. Just putting it in the dock turns it off. That should turn it back on. And it should reconnect. Hopefully. Oh no, it's not reconnecting. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, we're good. Hasn't helped at all, though. I just stand in the middle and it's like... Yeah. Oh, I can only do 5. Hold on, I think I get this. I gotta skip that one. Okay, hold on. How am I supposed to do this? There's 6 of these, and I can only target 5 things at once. Puzzle. Oh, I see. I see. I was just working it out. We go here. Into here. I need to stand in the middle. Okay. We start here. This one. This one. And this one. I think that will do it. No. Okay, hold on. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like this isn't supposed to be this hard. I feel like this isn't supposed to be difficult. And I'm just being stupid. I don't see how to do this. Because by the time that the boomerangs got to the last one, it stopped spinning already. What? I gotta check something. I'm setting the frame rate to 30. Because that's the default frame rate that the game originally ran at. And I'm wondering if that's an issue. Nope. That's not it. So, we'll set it back to 60. Huh. Wait. I'm an injured. I'm an oopid! I'm oopid! Chat, I'm oopid. I'm oopid! I'm so oopid. One brain cell. So there's a thing in this game. There's a thing in this game. There is a room I have never been able to reach. In any time I have played this game, there's always been one room I've never been able to reach. What's the solution? It had the. It was like a pattern on the floor that I had not read. There's one room in this dungeon I never worked out how to reach. And we're gonna reach it. We're gonna get there. We're gonna do it. I love this, by the way. This is some Donald Duck nonsense. The giant gate with the little door. I think it was ball and chain I used last. One of these will be dying soon, I think. You're dead now. Okay, sword is done. You're dead from arrows. And you're dead from ball and chain. Oh, now the sword's a boss. Okay, I guess we'll iron boots you. This is so stupid. This is so silly. Oh, one of you died. Okay, iron boots kill. Ow. We're gonna Beyblade it. That was a kill. That's a kill. Don't want to use my sword for the last one to give you options later. Bombs it is. Oh, that just one-shots him, huh? Hang on. Bow done. I really didn't want to link up the top. Pretty sure that's homophobic. Yeah, pretty much. Homophobic lizards. Do not like them. Okay. I think this dungeon is mostly just a combat gauntlet. I don't think there's a lot of exploration in this one. There's a bit. I do love the like very like quiet and calm version of the Hyrule Castle theme from Link to the Past that plays over this dungeon. It's very, very cool. But it's like interspersed with Ganondorf's theme. There's the compass. So where's... That's the room, there. That one room I have never been able to get into, and I never worked out how to get to it. That room with like 5 chests in it, I never worked out how to reach. As a kid. We should be able to reach here, yes, okay. Okay, can't put those out. There's a chest here, but I don't know how to get to it. Maybe we'll come back into this room later. Maybe that's what they're putting down. Yeah, I think we are going to come back into this room later and then we're going to have access to more stuff. Oh, I am so glad I didn't use a sword for this last one, because these guys were annoying. Your shield. Drop your shield. There we go. That's super easy. One of you at a time is so fine. They're just so normal as one if I do it one at a time. Chest up there, excellent. I really thought the game had crashed then for a second. I do have the autosave on, so there is that. Oh, I see. Oh, actually, that's really nice. Give me soup. And by soup, I mean lantern oil. I'm going to put this one out, is the idea. Yep, there we go. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. There we go. We can get this chest. It's money. There's nothing really left to find. We've got all the collectibles and stuff. So it is just gonna be money, really.
Do not let yourself become trimmed.
Thank you! I will untrim.
You deserve a glass of water.
And take a drink. Thank you. It's a good idea. Honestly, the skull mask, like little fast guys, kind of slay. The earrings. I'm just gonna stand here and then I think they die. No, maybe not. Oh, that's one down, but I can't take the other one out the same way. There we go. Suddenly it's a little bit interesting to do, like, different combat styles. Interesting, that's locked off. Take more arrows, I could always use more arrows. $69 arrows, let's go, nice.
Nice.
Well, that sucks. I think that was my only option there. Oh no, there's more of them. Oh, there's one more, okay. It's one of the only enemies I can kill with a claw shot, so I'll use that as the option. Okay, that one goes out almost instantly. But I think it's gotta be this one, this one, this one, and then this one. There it is! We do have an ad coming up in 1 minute, so I'm gonna just go through this door. Hope nothing's gonna try and kill me. Oh, well, that was a misplaced hope. I guess we'll go back through the door for now. And we're going to take a short break, run an ad. I hope all those bats aren't back. They're not, okay. We're going to take a short break, run an ad, and when we get back, we'll go through that door and finish up in there. And maybe finish the dungeon. I mean, there's a little bit left to go, but not too much. I will see you all very soon. everybody, I'm back. We're gonna go through this door and we're gonna beat up some lizards. Let's see, ball and chain might do well against these. You know what? Ball and chain is doing good against these. This is actually working really well. It feels a little cheesy, but it is working. Oh, that's one done with ball and chain. Can I get you with iron boots, I wonder? I can! Iron boot skill! Let's go! Wow, that actually worked. Although, I don't actually have to keep doing that. I've realized the time has run out on it. So we'll just go start killing stuff normally. This has been fun, but it is costing me a lot of health. It's costing me a lot of hearts, so we're gonna stop doing that for now. Okay, we can go back out here. Aha! A button! Shortcut? Oh, that lets me... Okay, that is a shortcut. Cool. That's kinda nice. There is also a chest over there, I see that. I don't know how to make that chest spawn, though. I think this is... Yeah, this is a shortcut. Okay. I don't really remember this dungeon super well. I've played this game a number of times, but I've not beaten it as many times as I've played it, if that makes sense. So a lot of the times I tried to play this, I never reached the final dungeon. So I've only done this dungeon like twice? I think twice. Oh, okay. Oh, one of these guys. These guys suck. They're fine though. Ow. Okay, can't just keep doing that. Okay, not too bad. I just need to keep jump attacking him and then he dies. Let's grab this chest. And some of these barrels, because they're bound to have some hearts in them. It'd be nice if I could find a fairy. A fairy would be good. Because I could restock the one I lost earlier. Smoky! Excellent. Those are always helpful. And now I think what it wants me to do is I want to go around here and in that other room from the other side. That's how I get further in the dungeon. There's stuff to find. Yeah, now I refuse to get through this without getting to the last... Oh, boss key! Okay, cool. Bunch of lizards! And archers, huh? Oh, right, I remember this! This bit's really cool! Wait, this is one of my favorite bits in the game! I forgot about this! because it turns out all the guys who were like helping us, we were helping out the whole time, have come to help. I think that's so cool. What a fun little detail. It really makes it feel like, you know, you've actually got friends. Unlike every other Zelda game where everyone just kind of sits around and does nothing. Yeah, they like come in to help you during the final dungeon. I think that's so cool. It's like, it's just a simple moment. But it really helps these characters feel like they're not just like useless pawns, right? They're not just like useless NPCs who stand around doing nothing the entire time and let Link get on with everything. Having them actually turn up in the final dungeon. I can't get back through this door. How do I get in? How do I get in there? But like, yeah, like having them turn up in the final dungeon to like help out is so cool. I always love stuff like that. It just like elevates it elevates the experience of the story. And I wish more games did that kind of thing. So like some games do obviously, but I wish more games that are like relatively gameplay heavy, like Zelda would do that. So okay, we have these two chests here. The question is, what do we do about them? It's not what I wanted to do, Linkle. Are we sure I can't put these out? No, I definitely can't. What about these? Can I put those out? No? What about these ones? No, okay. How do I do this? There's gotta be a way to like reach up there, right? That's just too far away. There's gotta be a way to open that walkway. Maybe there's a puzzle on the other side. Let's head back to the other side. I seem to remember this is a dungeon of quite obtuse puzzles. Because, like, you kind of just need to walk to the ends to get there, and there's not really a lot to find of, like, pose, pieces of hearts and everything, because you've got them all, right? Can't see anything in here that I can use. This is like something really obtuse, like... I don't really see a way forward through here. There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something I can do. Because if I look at the map, if I progress further on, that's just gonna lead further up and we're done. Like, that's the end of the game. Oh, there is another floor in the... Hold on, there's another area on the bottom floor. Wait, we missed a whole area down there, too. We missed a whole area in the courtyard. This dungeon is really weird. It's a really strange dungeon. Like, broadly speaking, I like this dungeon, but it is strange as heck. It's just a lot of, like, it's very straightforward. You just kind of can go and get right to the end. But then it has the most esoteric little puzzles in it that are so difficult to work out because you just don't have the tools to really work them out. You're just gonna have to try stuff and see what works. Okay. Oh, really gotta do this whole thing again? Yeah. Is that how you pronounce the word? What, esoteric? I think it's kind of interchangeable between esoteric and esoteric and esoteric, not esoteric. Esoteric. It can be esoteric. It can be esoteric. Esoteric. Oh god. Thank you for the follow, Fluffiosa. You're an accomplice to my crimes now. Congratulations. Yeah, it can be esoteric. It can be esoteric. It cannot be esoteric. I don't know why I keep saying that. My brain is confused. Where'd that pig go? There you are. Hello, pig. I need you back. Meh. Serious? Okay. Okay. Hi, Fluffiosa. I hope you've been having a good day. I've been having a good day. Mostly. Before my power went out. And afterwards. How would I get to... Hold on. How would I get to there? The map of this place is confusing. It's like, this isn't gonna help me. I'm going in the wrong direction. How the heck do I get there? It's like inside here. Is there somewhere I can dig? How the heck would I get there? Nowhere else in the dungeon even touches that. Maybe I do get there from the other side. This is what I mean when I say this dungeon is really esoteric. Because, like, how am I supposed to work out how to get there? There's just a spot on the map I can't reach. And there's no real indication of, like, how I would reach it. It has to be from the other side, right? It has to be. Taking a heart. Oof. It's gotta be from this way. It has to be. I didn't really thoroughly explore over here. I just kind of did my thing. So I can climb up onto here. But that doesn't get me anything. It's inside there, but like no other part of the dungeon hits that. Hi, Frey. Welcome in. Hi, Shocky. Twilight's me till she calls me princess. It's true. It does happen. It has been known to. How the heck do I get into this room? So you'll see what I'm looking at, right? There's this room at the top of the dungeon, but there seems to be like no way to get into that, and there's nothing else touches it. How's the fruities? Is fine. Even they're doing good. I'm doing good. Like, how am I meant to get into there? This isn't the only issue I've got, like, for navigating this dungeon. I don't know where to go. Like, I know how to progress the dungeon, because I'm basically at the end, but... there's, like, a bunch of stuff that I don't know how to reach. Maybe I have to do it from inside. It's the only other thing I can think. Or like jump out the window or something nonsense like that. It's from there? How? I don't see how to do it. You're starting to see why there was a room in this dungeon that I never found my way into, right? Because like, what am I supposed to do to get to that? There's nothing here. For the first time since the game came out. Like, I know there's a room here, but like, what am I supposed to do? Wait, hold on. Do I gotta like... no? I'll claw shot my way up there. There's no digging spot. Wait! Maybe there is a digging spot. Hold on. Oh, it's from the other side? You gotta take out your Twilight Princess disc from your GameCube and put in Mario Sunshine really fast and change it to Mario and use Flood to fly up. Yeah, this side's the dual one. I thought it must have been from the other side, because it's like the other side like touches it, but I couldn't find a way to like do that. I'm gonna have a look for some like hookshot spots and stuff on the other side. I really wish they had made the spinner like this in the main game. I'm too used to the Wii layout too, don't worry. I wish they had made the like the spinner like this in the regular game, because it's so much better. Because like it's still not like your perfect travel mode, because it bounces around like everything. Are you riding around on a Beyblade? I am riding around a Beyblade. Hi Lady Koi, welcome in. It's one of the cooler items in the game that they neutered in the original version by just making it kind of worthless, except unless you were on rails. Literally. Ow. So in the original version of the game, the Beyblade item does this. And there's no way to speed it up other than to put it on a rail. I'd find a literal rail in the world to grind it on. There's a setting in Dusklight to make it so if you hold R, your Beyblade moves faster. Okay. So let's see. I'd have to get into here. The other side of this wall is where the room is. I don't see how I could, though. There's like nothing here. There was a chest and this path that let me drop down to get some stuff, I think. You have to dig? Yeah, I was looking around for dig spots, but I didn't see any. There's no dig spot here. Like, I'm not seeing any spots for digging. Wait, there it is! Oh my gosh, that's so hidden! That is so hidden! What the heck? I don't know if I've ever been here before. I don't know that I ever got here before. Maybe I did, I don't know. I don't remember this. Wait. Yeah, I definitely didn't get this way in my definitely didn't do this in my first run of the game, but I might have done it in my like second or third run. Maybe just my second. So hold on, there is oh, I see, there's a chest up top there and I have to use the statues to get that. Okay, we'll do that later. I see. There's a bunch of these guys, that's super simple. Hyrule Castle wants to hive their graveyard with tiny monster skeletons buried. Exactly. Alright, come on guys. All group up. All you group up. Thank you. I'm happy to take an explosion to the face for that. There's a chest in there. Probably just 100 rupees, but like... I feel like I have to kill all the enemies or something to get through there. Oh, there's 3 chests in there. I do like their tiny monster skeletons. They're kind of cute. They are honestly kind of cute. Well, let's handle this. Oh! I see. I see. Interesting. I can't light these. Okay. In the land where the rain stops, the Statue of Time moves. The cursed swordsman sleeps before the sacred tree. Okay. Well, this is conspicuous. Why was the massive rock not pressing that button? And that turns off the rain? Okay, I guess? You have a button to turn off rain? Yes. Now I'm gonna guess that these are all rupees. 1 rupee! Love it! Oh no, in Ocarina of Time, there is exactly 1 chest in the entire game that contains a green rupee. Oh, this is a time limit. Okay, that's cool. And In Ship of Harkinian, in the randomizer, there's an option to choose that 1 rupee as a special like a special drop. Let's bring you two out here. Hyrule Royal Family controls the weather? Yeah, they really do, huh? Oh, this just stays open. Okay, cool. So what's written here? Door opens where specters gaze. Anyone can control the weather if they have an ocarina. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the rain's back, but it doesn't matter anymore because the door's open. I know a lot more about Ocarina of Time than I do Twilight Princess, funnily enough. Turn the Ocarina of Time because you get the song after you get it. I mean, functionally, as far as the game goes, Ocarina of Time and Fairy Ocarina are basically exactly the same. They do nothing. They do nothing differently. A small key? Huh. Wait! You gotten everything you need out here. Now get in the castle through the front door. This is where you get the key to access the 1 room that I could never access! Ah! That's how you get into the 1 room that I could never find a way into! But this still doesn't explain the other area. Wait, I can't get back from here. Oh wait, yes I can. I can just go up the ladder. Okay. Yeah, the one room I could never find a way into was a locked door, and I never had enough keys, and I never knew how to get them. And that's where it is. That's where the key is. Oh, this is explaining so much. But yeah, I know more about Ocarina of Time than I do about Twilight Princess. I played Ocarina of Time so many times before. I've done a bunch of randomizers. I've tried some challenge runs. Apparently I don't know the game well enough to do it blindfolded. But, I would need to actually do some proper strats to do that, but Ocarina of Time is a game I am very familiar with. Okay. That was Midna saying we're done in the courtyard. But there is a chest up there. And a door up there. And I don't know how to do either. Remember talking about the OT rando where we had to get every single chapter 1 to finish it? I remember doing that! That was fun! And it ended up turning out that the thing had glitched out and we just had missed one, and we'd actually got the check we needed, it just hadn't registered it. Frey, I'm gonna be doing another Ocarina of Time randomizer for my 2-year anniversary, I think. And it's gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be a fun one. I got some fun ideas. So what do I do about this? There's a chest here. I can't put these torches out. Do I have to like light them again? No. Trying to coerce friends at archipelagoing. I love archipelago. It's so much fun. How the heck do I get this chest? Wait, I think I suddenly remember where this how you do this. I think I suddenly remember this. I think one of these chandeliers has a switch in it. But I may be wrong. I may be mixing it up with like... Can't you do that with the Gale Boomerang? I cannot. Allow me to show you. The last multi-rounder may have been that Wind Waker race we did. Did we ever finish that? I don't know if we ever finished that. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there isn't a switch in one of these. What the heck do I do? I don't remember how to do this. Oh, right, your save file got corrupted. That was a really fun one, though. Wind Waker's a really fun one to do without a sword. Okay, I am gonna remove that one. I would prefer if we didn't do Hitler jokes, please. That is just I would prefer if we did not do that. It is fine. No one's in trouble. I'm just saying. I mean, that was a really, really dark joke, and I do not appreciate it, and I would prefer if you would not do that again. But yeah, happy 6-7, everybody. Singular time making that dark of a joke. Yeah, just I would prefer we didn't do that. That is beyond the dark levels that I am okay with. 6-7! I wish I could do the hand motion thing, but my model does not move hands. What the heck do I do here? I know there's gotta be something I can do. And I don't know how to open that door either. There's not a spinner rail somewhere, is there? What am I missing? I don't think so. There's gotta be some way to open that door, and I don't know how to do it. The hint in the other rooms, it's like a door opening where sentries watch. I wonder if that's important. Okay. Because like there's a locked door in this room. There's a door with a grate on it, and I can't get into here at all. But I don't know why I can't get into here. I don't know how to open this. Maybe we go around? Maybe we go around. Maybe there's a way to open it from the other side. Because this door is also locked. Huh. I genuinely don't know how I'm supposed to get either of these chests. There's gotta be something I can do, but I'm just not seeing it. Because if I continue on up here, this just takes me to a completely new area. Which is not at all what I need. Because that just takes me over to the end. We'll open this up and we'll take a look inside because we can always come back. But I'm really, really struggling. Right, this is showing me the path to go forwards. Okay. I got ghosts showing me where to go. But, like, this is just leading on to the boss, and we don't want to do that. We're missing stuff. I'm kind of stumped at this point. I might need some help. Does anyone know what I'm supposed to do for these two chests? Because I really don't know how to get them. So there's two chests in this middle room that I don't know how to access. And nothing seems to be working. You're fishing at the same time? Understandable. So, I don't know how to access that one over there, and there's also an invisible one there that I don't know how to reach. As far as I can tell, there's no spinner rail, there's no switch. Maybe the switch to appear that chest is there, but I can't really tell. But I don't know how to reach that room, is the thing. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, hold up, hold up. Wait, that makes so much sense. I did not even think about that. It's not this one then, but it's probably the one above it, right? No? Okay. Weighing down one of these chandeliers would make sense. Don't know why she just jumped off that. That was weird. No, that's not working. What about this one? Why did you just jump off like that? That's weird. I pressed the button. Nope. Next one. Why did she just jump off when I tried to put the iron boots on? Nope, that doesn't work. That's nothing. The only chandelier I haven't tried is that one, and I cannot reach it. I cannot reach that chandelier. There's gotta be a way to reach that room, but I just don't see how to do it. Like, I can't help but think it has to be from inside. Because it's the only route that actually makes sense. Because there were enemies in a cutscene. So I feel like... I haven't reached around, that's the thing. I haven't. I can't work out how to do that. Okay, so if you see the map here, there's a room blacked out on the left side. I can't reach that room because it is blocked off by bars on every side. But I also don't know how to open that. But I went around that it's blocked off on every side by bars. And I don't know how to open the bars. So if I go around... This is me going around. Wait. Hold on, I gotta try something. No, okay. So this is the furthest I can get to. Because in this room there were a couple of lizards and this door is closed. And I don't know how to open it. I might need to look this up. I'm wondering if that door's supposed to open when the lizards die. You're supposed to shoot down the paintings? I mean, I tried, but they don't... Wait. Am I just stupid? I am stupid. I am stupid! I shot at the paintings, but I didn't think to shoot the ropes. I'm open! Okay, that's taken me like an hour to work out. Or like half an hour at least. That's been like half an hour to work out how to get through there. Oh, two of these guys. Lovely. I hate fighting two of these guys at once. It's annoying. It's very weird when it lets you shield bash and when it doesn't. Can you stop? There we go, okay. Ow! You dodge my bomb arrows. Okay, there's one. No. I don't get, like, when sometimes when I shield bash, he blocks it. And other times it staggers him, and I don't understand the difference. There we go. That staggered him that time. There we go. Okay. Behind him and poke him with my sword a lot. No. Never bothered with anything but side rolling. I like doing the helm splitter because it feels fun to knock the helmet off. It's funny. I do really like Twilight Princess's combat. I think the idea of the counters from Wind Waker was really cool. But I actually really like the way it gives you more, like, direct control of them in Twilight Princess. Because they're basically the same moves as a lot of them are the same moves as the counter moves from Wind Waker. But they were just, like, you pressed A and Link does a cool move. Which is fine. Yeah, it's like refined Wind Waker. I mean, Twilight Princess is on the Wind Waker engine, so it makes sense. Okay, and that's gonna turn that. That's gonna make the chest appear. Okay, we got it. We got it. I was just being ooped. As always, I am a very ooped person. Sometimes I have one brain cell, and it does not always activate. I know this is all completely superfluous anyway, because like it's not like that's gonna give me anything but rupees. Because I kind of straight up have everything else, right? It do be satisfying to clear everything out. Oh nice, a silver rupee! Which is immediately taken up by my full wallet. But I really like Twilight Princess's combat. I think it's really satisfying. It's probably the best the series has ever been, and that includes Breath of the Wild in my opinion. You just go like a loot Roomba. Yeah! I just want to get all the loots. So I can start myself my post-adventuring career in a band. By collecting loots. Okay. Well, we've not got too much left at this point. I do love the trend in a lot of Zelda games where the final dungeon's music gets more intense as you get closer to the end. Oh, hello, lizards. That's one. That's two. And we're moving on. Okay, How are we handling this? No, like, invisible platforms or anything? Okay. Oh, there's claw shot grills. Cool. Guys, and the the Hyrule Castle theme becoming like less intense while the Ganon's Tower theme becomes more intense. It's kind of peak music design, honestly. It's kind of peak. I've almost got all my hearts back. Okay, we need a spinner out for this. Well, dynamic music is great. I love dynamic music. Zelda's always used dynamic music in its 3D installations, ever since Ocarina. It was very crude in Ocarina, but it was there. Like Banjo-Kazooie's hub? Yeah. Oh, it's a golden guy. We're gonna fight this guy, but there's the boss door. Oh, he's not golden, he's like black. Okay, he's got like black armor. He's like a super cool Iron Knuckle. Or Dark Nut? He's not an Iron Knuckle, he's a Dark Nut, that's right. Is he a Dark Nut? Is he a Dark Nut or an Iron Knuckle? That's what... They're kind of the same thing. Get rid of your helmet. I do like the idea of fighting these guys by slowly stripping their armor away. Like, that's been a thing since Ocarina, but they kind of definitely refined it with, like, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. It depends if they spec in a, like, Sword and Shield or Axe, I guess. Yeah, fair. This is the room! This is the room I have never had access to before. I never found a way to get into this room. Wow, that's 5 chests, huh? This is a lot of... Is this like the Hyrule Castle, like, treasury? I'm just gonna rob the treasury! Let's go! Let's rob the treasury! We're robbing Hyrule's treasury! We're taking all the taxpayers' money! Let's go! Linkle's gonna be rich! And the people of Hyrule can suffer for it! Why does your treasury have bombs? Oh, arrows! More bombs? Who is paying their taxes and bombs? Why is your armory and your treasury in the same... Who paid $1 for tax? Who paid that $1 tax? Fairy. There we go. I guess one more on who pays taxes and bombs? Oh, I worked out what this joke was, by the way! This additional line that was added. You have... Thank you for putting me in the jar. Linkle does have the chance to be Robin Hood here. She can redistribute wealth to the people. So the joke about it being, about the fairy being called Proxy is part of the Linkle mod. And I think the reason for it is that there is a fairy in Hyrule Warriors called Proxy. Anyway, we're stealing from the treasury again. We're stealing from the treasury. We're emptying the treasury and redistributing the wealth to the people. Bomblings. I can't use those. That's a silver rupee. I can't fit that in my pocket, but I'm stealing it from you anyway. Seeds. Well, they really do just want me to stock up on everything, huh? Orange rupee. Okay. I would snooze this ad because of the jar. But the reality is, we're at the final boss. If we go through that door, we're locking into the end of the game. And we have an ad break coming up in 1.5 minutes. So I'm actually gonna save real quick. And we're going to take a short break. I apologize that it's going to cut into the jar time. But we need to take a short break for the ad to run, and when we get back, we're going to finish the game. You all excited? I'm excited. Alright everybody, I will see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. You know what? Considering that most of the jar time is spent in ad, you get a free jar. We're gonna fight the final bosses of the game, plural, in a jar. Let's go. Here we go. One jar bought, one jar often. I guess so. Jar time. This game's so good, y'all. This was never really my favorite 3D Zelda. Back when I first played this, thank you, I will drink my order. Back when I first played this, I thought the art style was a bit of an overcorrection after Wind Waker. And I definitely still kind of feel that way to some degree. I will unshrimp. I definitely kind of still feel that way to some degree, but at the same time, it's still really good in its own right. And I've come to appreciate it a lot more over time. I do think it still does suffer a little bit from trying to ape on Ocarina of Time to try and recapture that success a little bit. And in some ways, it's a little bit detrimental to it. I don't think we needed Ganon, for example. I don't think we needed Ganondorf in this one. It would have been nice to not have him for once. Hi, Zelda. She's just hanging out. Every time the reduce a ride, you're actually shrimping? That's good. You got a posture check. It goes for everyone in the chat. Everyone's got a posture check. Oh wait, I gotta do a Ganon voice. Hold on. Welcome to my castle. So you're Ganondorf. I love his cool sword in this one. He's so wide. He's cool looking, but he's wide. I like his big chin. I've been dying to meet you. Your people have long amused me, Midna. To defy the gods with such petty magic, only to be cast aside. How very pathetic. Using the sword you use for your execution is raw, it really is. Pathetic as they were, though, they served me well. Their anguish was my nourishment. I could do a better deep voice, but this is what you're getting. Their hatred bled across the void and awakened me. I drew deep of it and grew strong again. Your people had some skill, to be sure, but they lacked true power. The kind of absolute power that those chosen by the gods wield. He who wields such power would make a suitable king for this world, don't you think? Such conceit. But if you are one of the chosen wielders of power as you claim, I will risk everything to deny you! Shadow has been moved by light, it seems. How amusing. I like this Ganondorf. He's not as good as the Wind Waker one, but he's still very good. Very well. Deny me, then. Yes, try to deny me. You and your little friend. Both GameCube Ganondorfs are top notch. I think Wind Waker is still my favorite one. Because he actually feels like a person in that one and not just evil guy, right? Also, he's the only one that actually feels like he might be a warlock. Twilight Princess Link only reaches Twilight Ganon's crotch. That's true. He's very tall. He's like 9 feet tall or something. Anyway, we don't have Midna anymore, which means we can't be Wolf. Did he just naught Zelda? Wait, he naughted Zelda. Both of you, faithless fools who would dare take up arms against the King of Light and Shadow. So you choose, and so you shall feel my wrath. Anyway, we're fighting Zelda. Hey, Ganondorf naughted Zelda! I do love that this is the music for this is a remix of the Ganondorf fight from Ocarina. This is the kind of thing when I mean this game kind of apes Ocarina a lot. This is just the Ocarina of Time Ganondorf fight. With the same music, it's just you're fighting Zelda instead. Her name is Gelda now, it's true. No. It's gotta be Zelda with an additional X in it. Somewhere, and then shuffled. Like, Delzax. Delzax! Oh, dang it. I'm doing bad at this. It does mix in Zelda's Lullaby in there, which is neat. Okay, throw your magic at me. Oh, that's different magic. Throw your magic at me. Oh, you're right. It would be a G, wouldn't it? It'd be Delzag, because she's ordered by Ganondorf. She's noted by Ganondorf. Oh, really? So it would be a G, not an X. Okay, that makes sense. Delzag. Okay, I'm doing badly at this tennis. Let's lock in here. There we go. Oh. So something if you give to a clumsy warlock in a TTRPG campaign, it really does actually. I love warlocks. I love TTRPGs. They're so much fun. I actually had to make a magic item for one of my characters in my D&D game recently. Just yesterday actually. Because we realized that they would probably have had access to an armory and a bunch of mages, and would probably have got themselves a magic bow because they're a ranger, so she uses a bow, right? The problem is that there's basically no magic bows in D&D. They just don't do that. You need to either do one IRL or join a group of people who live in the UK or Europe. Yeah! It's very hard to find a group, honestly. Meow. But, I ended up making a cool magic bow. Designing one for her. Okay, that doesn't actually bounce it back at her. But I knew you could do that and it's cool. And it's basically just like a +2 magic bow, but it gives her advantage on initiative checks and attacks against any of her favorite enemies, which I think is really cool. And she can do bonus lightning damage with it. Yeah, all of my TTRPGs have been online for a long time. I've done some in-person ones, but they never lasted very long. Okay, we beat Zelda. That's it! We beat Zelda! End of the game! Hooray! We did it! We beat Zelda! She was the final boss, right? Hi, Midna. You're still cute. She legend on my Zelda till Twilight Princess, I guess. Hey, Midna. Can you keep the fused shadow on? This has truly been a Legend of Zelda. Anyway, time for phase 2. Ganon is weird in this one. I'm not sure I like this Ganon. Dark Beast Ganon. He's just like a big old pig. But he's not even that big. The music's cool, at least. I don't remember how this fight works. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think you do have to use Wolf Link in it, but I don't remember how you use Wolf Link in it. Alright, horse against dog, let's go. Horse versus dog. I'm gonna try and get some... I don't need... Oh wait, no, we have to shoot him. We could headshot him, that's right. We have to shoot him in the face. That's why he keeps giving me arrows. And it's just... See, this is just Phantom Ganon from Ocarina. You know what? Let's goat wrangle him. Let's goat wrangle him so we're not just doing another Ocarina of Time boss. Oh, right, Midnick gets a big old hand out. That's right, that's right. I remember. Oh, that's a fairy. Nice. It's just a fairy hanging out in a pot in the throne room. Dang it. I like it when bosses have more than one way to solve them. There's a lot of... I've done a lot of design work on bosses in the past, and I've learned a few things about how they should work. For, like, best effect. How do I do this? It's not working. Oh, I've got to use the B button, I bet. I'm just trying to dash into him, and that's not going to work. I've got to use, like, the mid button. No? What the heck am I supposed to do? Wait, hold A, and then flick the stick. I've been trying to do that, but it's not been working. Let's try again. Oh, there we go. Dang it, I pressed the wrong button. It is cool that you can use the dog for this. I want to, because I want to give Midna a chance to punch him in the face. She deserves that. Imp Wife deserves... Come on! That was not a good term. That was not a good term, Rixie. It's like, but it's the way to make bosses like. There's a lot of ways to make bosses interesting. Why? Gah! Boss is interesting and effective. There we go. Yeah, I need to be still, but I'm also not in front of him because he keeps running to the side of me, which is very annoying. Bite, 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 bite. There we go. Tears of the Kingdom should have had a Wolflink amiibo work like it did in Breath of the Wild. I never really used, I have the Wolflink amiibo, but I don't think I ever used it in Breath of the Wild. But yeah, you are right, Rixie. There's not a way bosses really should work, but there's definitely ways to make them effective and interesting, and ways that make them frustrating, right? Like, if a boss can only be attacked like once every 10 minutes, it's very annoying. Guy, are you gonna try and hit me, or are you just gonna run around in circles? There we go. Get yeeted. Get yeeted! Get yeeted! Right, that's right. It gave you a Wolflink pet that followed you and helped you out. I think you just throw me off instantly. Wait until vulnerable design is definitely a narrow appeal, but it does have its genuine fans. That's true, but I still think there are ways you can make the wait till vulnerable more interesting, right? Because like, if it is literally just like dodging simple attacks over and over and over until it's vulnerable, that's very annoying. Basically just because you don't have anything you're doing in that meantime. But if you are able to do something with that, even if it's just preparing, then that's interesting. That's much more interesting. So, like, funny thing about Link's Awakening's final boss is the last phase, if you throw a boomerang and its eye, it dies instantly only in the Game Boy versions. That's amazing. But, like, I designed a boss that does have a kind of wait until vulnerable thing. You cannot damage the boss until it does a certain attack, you play some sword tennis with it, and then you knock it down and damage it, right? But at every point otherwise, it's attacking with some little hands, and you can stun the hands by attacking them. So even though it is a, like, wait until damaging, you still have an interactive element that you can use, right? My preference is much more dynamic fights. We have more control over the flow of battle. Yeah, I love that. Oh no, Midna! She's going ghosty. Anyway, Zelda's alive again. Yay, Zelda's alive again! Princess, I... Say nothing, Midna. Your heart and mine were as one, however briefly. Such suffering you have endured. I don't know, we've just been girl kissing the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. I like the Kirby boss on that. Doing them as powerless Kirby is totally wait until vulnerable, but grab any ability you can actively pummel it. That's kind of neat. I do think there's a case for bosses that don't just like get shredded if you're good enough, because they can be very anticlimactic, honestly. Anyway, we got teleported. I'm not sure why we were trying to stop her. She's used the thing like 4 times now. And it's kind of hot. Every time. Each of the boss's attacks. Oh, right, yeah. They spawn stars with each attack, and each of the boss attacks gives you the opportunity to return fire. I like that. Alright. Are we ready for the final phase? We're not quite done yet, but we're not far off. Actually, I think there's 4 phases to this fight, if I remember right. Yeah, there's 4 phases. I forgot one. Oh, it's a good thing I looted the treasury first, huh? I do kind of love Ganondorf's inexplicably evil horse. Yeah, wait until vulnerable can be really hype if it's done well. Oh look, it's Midna's hat! You broke her hat! What the heck, guy? Why would you do that? Alright, we gotta do this. We're gonna go fight. Spirits of the light, wielders of the great power that shines far and wide upon the lands of our world. In my hour of need, grant me the light to banish evil. And we teleport away. Oh yeah, the light spirits. I forgot about those. That's the monkey who told us we should transition. Anyway, Zelda gets light arrows. We don't get them. Zelda gets them. Which is a trend that started in Wind Waker. Hello. That's me. Chosen hero. That's also me. Lend us the last of your power. I'm pretty good, actually. I've got 3 fairies, some fairy tears. I'm basically on full health. I'm not sure this is the last of my power. I've got plenty more. Anyone forgetting that before that point? They stopped being mentioned entirely once Midna's Lament begins. That's true. I'll try to slow Ganondorf with my light arrows. You target him and keep him within range of my arrows. Hi, Static. Welcome in. We're right at the final boss. Well, I got knocked off my horse immediately. Okay. Shut up and hold a hand. Exactly. Although, my heart's set on Midna. I'm sorry. Well, he knocked me off. Zelda, you're not doing a great job of this arrows thing. There we go. Okay, we're doing alright. True Midna Yuri, exactly. Midna is the true Yuri waifu. Like, Zelda's like a good second, right? Zelda's probably second. There we go. That's phase 3, I think. Yeah, that's phase 3. And now we're on to phase 4, where we can do the fun thing. Depends on the Zelda. I mean, I'm talking Twilight Princess specifically. And then there's... How have I forgotten her name? The lady we meet going up to Snow Peak. She's cute. I like her. He laugh. An impressive looking blade, but nothing more. Would you hear my desire? To take this foul blade and use it to blot out the light forever. His cape is wrong. It's not what his cape's supposed to look like. I think that's a render glitch. She's part of the group that helps you out of the castle fight. Right. Right, yeah, she is. This boss theme goes so hard. Anyway, we're gonna do the fun thing. I can't remember how to do it. Yeah, there it is! If you cast your fishing rod, he just kind of looks at it, and I got an achievement for doing that. He gets distracted by the fishing rod! If it hits the ground, then it stops, but... Maybe if I stop targeting him. He's off his ADHD meds. Yeah, okay, let's fight him seriously now. This boss music does go really, really hard. Oops. I know there's like a way to like clash swords with him. I don't remember how to do it. Dang it. Oh, that's right, you gotta wait for the prompt. Yeah, he just kicks you when you get too close. Oh, I hit him. Oh, that's right. There it is. There it is! That's so cool! Get pushed back, Ganondorf. That's right, little farm girl's gonna push you back. How does that feel? How does it feel? How does it feel, nerd? No. God dang it, I missed my chance. This sequence is so cool. Just have a cool sword fight with Ganondorf. This is probably the coolest Ganondorf fight in the series. Why hasn't there been a female Triforce Kurogis or a hero of Hyrule? They did actually answer this, because they think it has to be a man, for some reason. Someone did ask them this, and they said, well, if that were the case, then it would throw the Triforce out of balance, is their official answer. Which is some real nonsense, and I hate it, and it's so misogynistic. Alright, Ganondorf. Come at me. Run at me with your sword. Come on. You know you want to. Yeah, like, this is the thing. They have the perfect heroine of time. They made Linkle already. She's a perfect design and they won't use her. Yeah, even with Echoes, they wouldn't let Zelda use a sword without becoming Link for a bit. Link's androgynous build in latter games on purpose. That has been true since Ocarina of Time, but it's still not really good enough. Like, in fact, you can even tell with a lot of Link's design. Oh, hello, random fairy. I will consume you. Thank you. I lick the fairy. I pressed the wrong button. With Ocarina of Time, there's actually some interesting stuff you can tell that is intended to be the kind of hinted androgyny in the Kokiri outfit designs. She is made by Koei Tecmo, I think, but like, she still has to be okayed by Nintendo, right? But here's an interesting thing, like the Kokiri outfit designs. Link's outfit in Ocarina of Time is a mix of both the mask and femme Kokiri designs. The tunic with the like skirt and boots is the femme design, but the hat is explicitly the mask design. A tunic is non-gendered outfit, but every mask Kokiri NPC does not wear one. Only the femme Kokiri NPCs wear them. And only the mask Kokiri NPCs wear hats. Ow. This is actually weirdly hard for this game where the bosses have been trivially easy. It's a cool fight. I like this fight a lot. Like, it's not a hard fight, I'm just sucking at it. But it is definitely harder than the rest of the game's bosses combined, honestly. I do love this bit of music though. This is such a cool boss theme. I wish this cape wasn't broken. I don't know if that's the texture pack or if it's the build. If you swap to the Orden sword when he's down for the stab, he'll get up faster. Wait, really? Huh. I might try that. Well, okay. Come on, come at me. There we go. I hit him. I hit him! He's weirdly hard to hit, like, at all. Because he just blocks everything. Kicking a Beyblade like this truly is an old man, yeah. Like Ganon, I have returned! Welcome back! We're doing the final boss! But like right at the end of the game! Ow! Just in time for the final showdown, yeah! Come at me, Ganon. I want to clash with you again. You gonna run at me or are you just gonna slowly walk at me menacingly? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, there we go! I love doing this, it's so cool! Okay, we're gonna try it. We're gonna switch to the Odin sword. Oh, he just gets up right away, huh? That's funny. It makes sense, but it is funny. Alright, let's finish this. Let's finish it! And there it is. We killed him! We killed a man! What a raw shot with the sword like sticking out of his back. It's so raw. Do not think this ends here. The history of light and shadow will be written in blood. He did look really goofy, I'm not gonna lie. I think mostly it's because he has like no throat, so he looks kind of like a Muppet. You are now James. We did it. I'm so gonna Silent Hill for this. Hello, random light spirits and Midna, whose hat is miraculously fixed. Everything is solved! Dying standing up is pretty badass, I can't deny that. So Midna, we gonna kiss or what? We're gonna kiss or what? This is a cute scene, actually. We're like, oh, she's alive! Yay! My buddy's alive! Oh, you're tall now. I kinda preferred you before. I'm an imp mid I'm an imp mid to stand. What? Say something. Am I so beautiful that you've no words left? No, I just liked your imp form better. Getting hacked on bot accounts? Oh no. Said goofy, sloppy making out template, but mitten cool. And there we go! Twilight Princess! There is a post-credit scene, I think. I like both, but I mirror waist. Very fair! God damn it, Frey. I am under the demi-romantic umbrella. Yeah, I am under the demi-ro umbrella. But, I'm definitely not ace. Look, Frey, I have to fight the temptation every time, don't worry. Now, I will say there is one thing we did not do in our quote-unquote 100% run, and it did just occur to me. We did not catch every single fish. But frankly, fuck that. I didn't catch the high and lows, no. Screw that. I tried like twice and then failed, so I gave up. Like any sensible person. Oh yeah, we get to see the kids all going back to all going back to Auden, yeah. It's the only one that matters. And it's the only one I didn't care about because I care zero about fishing. So, there are only two times in this entire game that the Zelda theme plays, and this is one of them. The other time is when you get the Master Sword. You know how many times the Zelda theme plays in Ocarina of Time? 0. It never plays. Ocarina of Time does not feature the Legend of Zelda theme tune at all. Which is kind of wild when you think about it. It's not even in the credits. It gets close, but it doesn't actually play it in the credits. And then everyone's dancing with their horribly low resolution textures. I think it's better for it though. Oh look, he's got his little sword and shield. I think it's better for it. I think it is better if the theme is used very sparingly. Time to go scream Legend of the River King to redeem yourself? No. Oh yeah, Ghost Mom! She's hot, but she's no Ruto. With the ghost? Same. As Boosin said earlier, I would bust in the ghost. I mean, what? It's the fishing family. And the guy who sold me a lantern, or gave me a lantern, then sold me oil. She's hot, actually. The fishing lady's hot. Someone's vibing to the music? I always vibe to the music. I love vibing to music. I do it all the time. I'm just enjoying the oh right, the Yetis are fucking. I forgot about that. Wonder how the fishing lady Yapfish stuff to me. Me too. That's the other hot. There's a lot of hot ladies in this game actually, and you know what? I appreciate it for that. Aw, they made it back home. You missed the hot lady talk? Well, we're seeing all the hot ladies, like, one after the other. There's a lot of them in this game. There was the ghost fish lady, the researcher lady, the fishing lady, Midna, Zelda. Oh, she finally had her baby, huh? It only took the entire adventure. Linkle's also a hot lady, that's true. And that's why this game is Yuri. Oh, the ball lady! I don't know if she's my type, but I can see it. I'll take it. What incredible first time chat. Random guy, 666. Welcome in. Unfortunate for you, unfortunately. Well, I guess this is farewell, huh? Light and shadow can't mix, as we all know. But never forget there's another world bound to this one. Shadow and light are the two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. I know now the reason the goddesses left the Mirror of Twilight in this world. They left it because it was their design that we should meet. Yes, that is what I believe. Zelda, your words are kind and your heart is true. If all in Hyrule are like you, then maybe you'll do alright. Sorry for the flickering on the background, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Thank you. Well, the princess spoke truly. As long as that mirror's around, we could meet again. Frollo. See you later. We should smooch! Midna, get back here! Midna, no! Why? But we should be smooching! And maybe doing other stuff, maybe involving the fused shadows. I do like that the Twilight isn't squares when it's not cursed. It implies that the squares are the curse. The curse of cubes. Cube curse. Cursed with squares. We get the special secret scene because we did the Cave of Trials or whatever, so we get to see the fairy ghost. Fairy ghost. Fairy ghost! Imagine a hitman and then they kiss. I mean, I guess. Girls should be kissing, I think. I would like the girls to kiss. I would like the girls to kiss. That's my aim. Get the girls to kiss. Girls kissing is what I want to see. Nintendo just loves sealing their waifus away. You know who else I would like to kiss? You know who else is a hot lady? We're not really seeing her properly. The Great Fairy in this is hot. She's hot as heck. And she's just there, tits out, and I love her. I would smooch her. I would smooch the Great Fairy. In most incarnations. Maybe not the Wind Waker one, because she's like 5, but... Twilight Princess one, definitely. Purposely playing both minis at the same time with a friend in Hyrule Warriors because they're of culture as well. Understandable. And the sword's back in the stone. The Master Sword really is just Excalibur, isn't it? I have not played Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't actually know what happens in it. So, I've got, like, rough ideas, but a Dragon Zelda would be hot. I don't really know what goes on in Tears of the Kingdom, but Dragon Zelda would be hot. It's all good, Shoggy, don't worry about it. And Linkle rides home on her dog. Oh, they put the special thanks for the mod team. That's fun. You're writing and you hear I didn't complete a one, full abort. Those fish women have booba. I like that. The end. Can't skip. I'm pretty sure this is the classic style of just, you get locked on the screen. Time for the sequel, Link's Crossbow Training! No, I'm not playing Link's Crossbow Training. I never played Link's Crossbow Training, but I'm not sure I want to. Well, there we go! Twilight Princess! We did it. Don't? Fair enough. It's totally important lore. Alright, well. This is an old school game, so the only way to do this is, A+ screen to end on? That is true. There's like 6 boobs on screen. I'm happy about this. Oh, hang on, it does fade out. Oh, it just goes back to the title screen, okay. There wasn't even the sword that was in the stone. Excalibur was given to him by the lady that like Caliban was the sword in the stone. It's worthless as a weapon, so Merlin helped hook Arthur with a better sword. So here's the thing. Arthurian mythology is weird. And it's kind of debated on whether Caliban and Excalibur are the same sword or not. It's really complicated because they have basically the same name, but Arthur gets them from two different sources, and it's Arthurian myth is very weird. It's very weird, and there's like 7 different possible options for what it might be talking about, and it's all fictional anyway. So like, it's very weird. Just like the Zelda franchise. Exactly! It's just like Zelda! There's a reason they pulled from it for Zelda! Anyway. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. The Caliber and the key Caliber! Thanks for coming, everybody. This is a lot of fun. I love Twilight Princess. I'm so glad we got to play this. I had a great time. I will be back on Wednesday playing some Barony with some lovely people. And I look forward to that because Barony is a lot of fun. I played a little bit of it on Saturday. I say a little bit, I played it for like 9 hours and it was incredible. It was great. The best Excalibur is the one singing a song about his life. You heard about how he's from the United Kingdom and he's going to California? I know the one you're talking about. I love Soul Eater's Excalibur. It's so funny. He's so funny. That is the one from Soul Eater. He sings about his life. He sings about how he's from the United Kingdom and he's going to California, and it's incredible. And it gave us some of the most incredible reaction faces in anime. Oh god, he does have like a billion rules, right? Oh, I love that. Okay, everybody, I need to get myself some food. You should watch Soul Eater. It's really good. It's well worth it. I know it's been a non-binary awakening for a lot of people. I know several people who are who had their non-binary awakening with Krona Soul Eater. God, the fairy's face is so good. Just that I can't do it with the model, but it's such a good face. Soul Eater's great. It's really good. Krona, yeah, Krona. I love Krona. They're great. Fabulous. Alright, everybody. I need to eat some food and probably get some sleeps. My model's partially inspired by Krona. Let's go! I love that. Krona's so cool. The disgusted fairy face would look so funny on me. It really would. Inspired by Krona and Link? That's a great combination. And Disgaea, okay. That's a really cool combination of design elements. See, my design is just... Hold on. My design is just they threw together some stuff that I liked. To some degree, my design is slightly based on Lyra Pokemon and Shiki The World Ends With You. Disgaea character design is kind of peak, yeah. You came across this one character on TSR while searching for something else. Oh. I will have to check, but I am. I got DMs. Hold on. Okay. Let me see this. You were a generic Fae and Area Dullahan? I mean, Fae are cool. Oh, I've not seen this before. This character looks awesome. Wait, I love this. I love her. I have to look into this game now. Alright, everybody. We're gonna wrap up. I'm gonna find someone to raid. I will be back on Wednesday with some Barony. And look forward to that. I certainly am. But I will be away for the rest of the week after that because I am literally away, so I cannot stream because I am not at home. But let us find someone to raid into. If she's still alive, I know who I want to raid, but I don't know if she's still alive. She may not be. A lot of people are, but I do need to check. I need to check my following, actually. Let's see, is she still alive? I don't think she is. No, I was gonna raid Penny, but she seems to have stopped streaming. That's a shame. Let's send everyone to Hokkaido Summer. Wait, no, we probably shouldn't do that. She's playing Deltarune. Let's not do Deltarune. Let's see. I don't want to spoil anyone on Deltarune. Okay. Mono's doing art fight. Let's go see Mono. I'm going to be playing Maroni with Mono on Wednesday. I would appreciate it if you would stick around for the raid. Raid message. I'll just do Twilight Princess. Use whatever emotes you like. You can use the top one if you're following, and the bottom one if you are sub. And I will be back on Wednesday with some Barony. I will be playing with Mono. Mono is one of the people we'll be playing with, so that should be fun. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I've had a fantastic time, and I've loved playing this. Yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. And then I will be away for the rest of the week. I will probably be back next Monday. But I will have to see how I am on Sunday, but thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I will keep you all updated on that. Goodbye for now. How'd you delete your own message? I have a bot command that does it. Thank you very much, everybody. I will see you all soon. Be nice to Mono, and I will see you later. Hi, Taki, we're just raiding out. I'm so sorry. Ah!